Oh, Chris, you were upside down.
I know.
Half a second. All right. Jen, sound check. Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay, good. All righty. Oh, bear with us. We're making sure we've got everybody on here. Okay. Verizon time, about a couple more seconds here. Let me get situated. I think we're good on any reverb. All right, everybody. Welcome to our Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 council meeting. This is our 6 o'clock workshop being held remotely. Governor Inslee's Order 20-28.15 regarding the OPMA remains in effect. It requires public meetings, hearings to be held remotely, with the option of also holding an in-person component to a public meeting or hearing if certain conditions are met. At the present time, the City of Liberty Lake has determined to not hold an in-person component to the public meeting or hearing. So before we get into our workshop, I'm going to do a quick roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy.
Present.
Councilmember Van Orman. Present. Councilmember Cargill.
Here.
Councilmember Baird. Here. Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
Right, and Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Great. Okay, all present and accounted for.
Here.
Oh, Till. Oh, I forgot to write the seventh name. I'm sorry. Councilmember Follier is here.
Thank you.
I think I must have gotten interrupted while I was writing things down. All right, so everybody, the 6 p.m. workshop is for an update on scope and programming for our Trailhead project. So Lisa Key, our Director of Planning Engineering, I will have you introduce everybody and the topic, and I will leave it in your capable hands.
Mayor,
Yes.
before we move forward, I don't think the audio is on in here. I think it's just on the computer. When council members Kurtz were saying here.
Let's turn it up a little bit. I think that's where.
Audio check. I want to make sure everybody can hear appropriately, the remote participants. And what's really important is that there's no feedback from the council chambers.
We can hear you fine now. Anybody at home? Jonathan, Keith, give your thumbs up. Hear everybody okay? All right, looks like we're good. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm going to introduce Jonathan Miller with OAC, and he's our project manager. He'll introduce the rest of the team. Chris Johnston and myself, as part of the team, will be available to answer questions, but we're going to really leave this to our team. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. So I'm Jonathan Miller. I think some of you know me from our previous design build selection. Some of you don't. I'm a senior project manager with OAC Services. We are the owner's representative or owner advisor for the City of Liberty Lake. Over the last 7 years, I've managed over a dozen projects here locally in the Spokane area, many millions of dollars worth of work. I have a great grasp on the Spokane construction market, as well as the rest of the progressive design build team. I'll let Steve and Scott will also be presenting today, and we'll probably have other people maybe jump in from time to time. I'll let Steve and Scott, if you want to do a brief introduction of yourself.
Okay, Steve, I'll go ahead if everyone can hear me. I'm Scott McLaughlin, Boughton Construction Company, design builder selected for the project. I'm the director of pre-construction for Boughton Construction Company, kind of handling the financial side of the budget for the project as we're going through some of the design elements as we move forward.
I'm Steve Roth with Architects West. I'm a principal at Architects West and also the project manager for this project, managing the design team. And I also want to give Keith Dixon a chance to introduce himself. Go ahead, Keith.
Thanks, Steve. Keith Dixon, landscape architect with Architects West as well, and I'll be handling most of the site development. Thanks, Steve.
All right, and with that, I think, Steve, I think we're probably ready to jump into the presentation. Who's going to be sharing the screen? Todd.
Okay, perfect. Is it Todd that's doing the clicking? I guess Todd, when I'm ready to switch to the next slide, I'll just ask for the next slide. So, okay, so we're here tonight to talk about the Liberty Lake Trailhead Golf Course project. We're at a point in the process where it's time to show what we've done to the council and get a little bit of feedback and direction on where we stand. So you can see the agenda on the screen. We're going to go through an update for you on our design process and where we stand in that process. We're going to talk about the current scope of the project and budget situation and present some options for consideration. And then we're going to talk about the schedule, where we stand overall in the aggressive schedule for this project, and then what the next steps are. So Todd, if you would click to the next slide. So this chart really shows kind of the process of design step by step. Of course, there are really many more steps than exist here, but generally what this is trying to show is that we've accomplished quite a bit. We've been working on the project for about 5 weeks up to this point, and these are the things that we've made our way through thus far. So we've analyzed the existing conditions, we've interviewed the group that we've been working with at City Hall. We've established a set of design principles that are going to guide us through the process. We've started the geotechnical investigation and topographic survey processes. We've engaged a restaurant broker to search for a tenant. We've studied precedent cases, different golf courses that provide good examples of what works and doesn't work. We've studied important space adjacencies for the new design. We've finalized a program document, and the program document is essentially a little booklet that lists every room that's going to be in the building and every feature that's going to be on the site and some detail about each of those. So it's really what we've, I guess, agreed on as a design group to move forward with relative to what we think is needed in this building. We've started to perform some conceptual site planning, experimented with quite a number of options when it comes to rearranging the site. We've engaged a trajectory analyst, that's Dave Tanner, who is a nationally renowned golf ball trajectory analyst. So he's going to be beginning his work very, very soon. And we've performed some parking studies to investigate how we can expand the parking numbers on the site. So that brings us really to tonight, where we are wrestling a little bit with scope versus budget. And that's where some direction from council will certainly come in handy. And we'll get into a little bit of detail on that as we move along. Now, the rest of the boxes on the slide that are in white represent everything that's left to do. And even though it looks like there's more green completed than white to be completed, those white boxes represent a lot of work. So there is still a lot to do left in the process. And but we've been continually making progress as we go. So Todd, if you would click to the next slide, please. These are the design principles that we've established in writing, and it represents our understanding of what the City of Liberty Lake wants this facility to be. So these ideas are important to us throughout the whole process and allow us to test different options and different design strategies against what this project really needs to accomplish. The organizing thought here is that this facility should be a beacon of recreation in the community. And a few of the principles that back that up are that it needs to be prominent in some way. And that means in terms of attracting patrons to use this facility. It needs to represent the City of Liberty Lake in some way. You know, what does the City of Liberty Lake want to say about itself? This building, this golf course, this facility will say something about the city one way or the other, depending on what we design and build here. It absolutely must be functional. So it's got to provide for the needs of the golf course facility. It's got to work efficiently for day-to-day operations. It has to be convenient for customers, and they have to have experiences here that cause them to want to come back. An indoor-outdoor experience is critical to, I guess, the golfing experience. And that's something that has come to the surface as being very, very important for this facility, is create an indoor-outdoor type of environment where the lines between indoor and outdoor are blurred. And of course, in the nice weather, you can kind of flow in and out, kind of experiencing the golf course and the building itself together. So next slide, please. So this is the budget that we've been faced with. So $8.4 million all in. And Jonathan, do you want to elaborate on this?
Yeah, so this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. This is the budget we've been working towards that has been approved by City Council. I think everyone's well aware of the escalation. If you watch the news, you see the cost escalation. What you see in the grocery store is a good representation of what's going on in the construction industry right now. So I'm not going to go into too much detail with that, but I do want to tell a little story on a recent project, and I promise it'll tie together in the end. You might be confused at first. I was managing a local school project here locally. We had a base bid. It was a low bid project, and so we had a base bid plus an alternate for 6 classrooms. And when we bid the project out to the low bid contractor, the base bid was $275 per square foot. Now the alternate for the 6 classrooms was $104 per square foot. And the reason I tell that story is because the base bid at $275, you might think that an alternate for classrooms is also going to be $275, but it was $104 per square foot, because the idea is when a contractor is already there working, for them to go just a little bit further, it really doesn't take that much effort or that much money. You get a tremendous value from that little bit of effort when they're already there. And what actually ended up happening, we came back 3 years later, once the project had been completed, we tacked on another 6 classrooms as a completely separate project. And that $104 per square foot had ballooned to a $400 per square foot project as a separate standalone project. So I tell that story just to give an example of the economies of scale of what it takes when a contractor is already there working, and the value you can get. I think that's a big takeaway here, is the value and return on investment on this project. So the other thing I just want to highlight as we go through these different options, you'll see some cost options with different scopes of work, and the premise behind these cost options are on a bidding schedule of early to mid spring. And I want to highlight that because that is important, because historically in the Spokane area, bidding these scopes of work out to subcontractors, it is a great time to bid. But with that being said, there's a lot of competition here in the spring. So what's going to happen if we miss that bidding window in the spring? What you're going to see is the subcontractor backlog is going to fill up, which means that the competition will go down and prices will go up. So I just want to make sure we keep that in mind as we look at these options, and you see the different scopes of work and the costs associated with it. There is price associated with the schedule. On a related note, the construction schedule is the same idea. There are certain scopes of work that are tailored better for drier, warmer months. And if we miss those drier, warmer months, we'll be fighting the weather, which in that case we'll be putting more money into fighting the weather than we will be putting it into the building. So again, about the scope and the value for the project. I learned that, is there a question? No. Next year will actually be the 50-year anniversary for this, for Trailhead. So I imagine the decisions we make now will probably be in place for 40 to 50 years. So I just want to keep that in mind, that, you know, there's one shot to do this. This is a tremendous opportunity to provide value to the community. And when we have a contractor there, you can get a tremendous amount of value while they're already there working. So with that, I think I'll turn it back over to you, Steve.
Okay, if we could click to the next slide. So we want to just quickly review the existing conditions. Many of you already obviously know what exists here, but for anyone who's not entirely familiar with the site, this is an aerial image of of the site that we're talking about, not including the entire golf course, but you can see the driving range, you can see the covered driving range building, the grass driving range tees. There are 7 of those, 14 covered bays. You can see the existing clubhouse, which is about 7,000 square feet, approximately 3,500 square foot per level. Tee number 1 and green number 9, you can see are important components to the site arrangements that we're going to be talking about. There's a selection of 3 different practice greens that are available right now. We have about 78 parking stalls, plus or minus. There is an existing irrigation pump house that we will try to leave alone. And then the existing driving range consists of about a 245-yard range adjacent to City Hall. So that's the current situation on site. If we could click to the next slide, please. So this is just a few photos of the driving range showing the current condition. On the upper left is an example of one of the grass tees. And the amount of use it gets, you can see by the divots in the ground. And then to the right are the 14 concrete-based tees. Some are covered, some are uncovered. The lower left is a photo of the existing netting, which is really what kind of started the project in a way, is the prevention of golf balls going over that net and hitting the City Hall building or people or anything else. And then on the right is the existing driving range building, showing the back of it, a covering over it, and then overhead doors behind that are operable for better airflow, et cetera. So the stats are kind of down below there. 5 concrete covered tees heated, 5 concrete covered tees unheated, 4 uncovered tees, and then 7 grass tees. If we could click to the next slide, please. So this is the existing clubhouse. It's again about 7,000 square feet divided on 2 levels. There's a pro shop in here that's about 544 square feet, including its ancillary spaces. 1,000 feet of flex space that's on the lower level, a 2,500 square foot restaurant, and then a selection of other various spaces make up the difference: cart storage, utility circulation storage, and other. So if we could click to the next slide, please. So there's a few kind of up close shots of the condition of the existing building inside and out. On the bottom left, you can see the current flex space. The covered driving range is in the bottom center. So just intended to kind of give everybody a flavor of the current character and condition of the building. Remodeling the building is something that can be talked about. And so this is an indication of what we would need to deal with to start. So that's a bit of an overview of the current existing conditions very quickly. I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. I want to get to the real meat of things, which is the design. So let's go ahead and click to the next slide. So site analysis was part of the process that we went through. We took a look at the existing site and analyzed it from a design perspective relative to views out of the site, views into the site, buildable area, where the main entry is, where you perceive this facility from approach, where the trail connections may be. And we try to take all of these things into consideration when we start to set up the site and building design, to respect these existing conditions of the site as much as possible, use them to our greatest advantage, and to not ruin anything by where we put a building or what the building looks like. So if we could click to the next slide, please. So this is part of our space planning exercise that we went through after interviewing staff and stakeholders and having quite a bit of discussion about what was needed in the building and what the important relationships were between spaces. We end up with this diagram. So this represents all of the components of a building, of a driving range, and some of the exterior spaces that are important in the design. There's an area summary on the upper left. So we're talking about a building overall that's about 10,200 square feet. Ideally, there would be 43 driving range tees as opposed to the 21 that there are now, and an outdoor event space of 3,500 square feet to encourage the indoor-outdoor use of this facility. So you can see the heavy red lines represent important connections between certain things. The lighter red lines represent slightly less important connections. So when we organize the site, we try to respect those connections and organize things for the greatest functionality. And these relationships are what key us into doing that. We can come back to any of these, of course, at any time, but at this point, let's go ahead and click to the next slide. So preliminarily, before we were brought on board, there was a bit of a netting height study done by Dave Tanner, who is the consultant that we have re-engaged at this point. This study was done based on the existing driving range situation, which of course we're proposing a reconfigured driving range situation, which would result in a slightly different netting configuration. The reason I show this is that there has been quite a bit of study done. And the effect of that study is that a netting system would appear anywhere from 150 feet at its tallest down to 40 feet at the lowest. Right now, the poles that are out there on site, I'm not sure of their exact height, maybe 50, 60 feet high, I might guess. So the netting system that we're talking about is at the very least double the height of the poles and netting that we have out there. So I think it's just important to keep that in mind. But also, the netting system represents a large component of cost on the project, and Scott will be talking about that a little bit later. So one of our efforts in engaging Dave Tanner again and reconfiguring the driving range is to minimize the netting cost. By configuring the driving range in certain ways, we can reduce the amount of poles, we can reduce slightly the height of the netting, and thereby reduce that cost that takes money away from other components of the project. So this old netting study will be revised very soon, depending on the direction that we had from this meeting forward, and we'll bring back a final netting study later on in the process. So if we could click to the next slide, please. Okay, so we want to start right into the options at this point. There are 3 options that we want to present to you today. This one is a maximum budget option. So 8.4 million all in. And the scope of this option is shown here and listed in the bullet points to the left. So it's been a bit surprising to us what 8.4 million will and will not buy. First of all, I would like to say again that the netting, which is not shown on this drawing, but is listed on the left, does represent a big chunk of the 8.4 million. So it tends to leave not as much as we would like for the rest of the components. This option, what it does include is, of course, the netting. It includes 25 driving range tees all on one level. 18 of them would be covered and heated. 7 would be grass tees. The building, in this case, is the existing building remodeled. So we end up with the same 7,000 square feet that exists right now.
If I may interrupt, we every once in a while we're losing a couple words of audio. Could you go rewind about 60 seconds? Sorry.
No, that's okay. Gotta love the internet. Okay, so I'm going to back up again and re-explain this option. So this is the driving range focused design option that maximizes the $8.4 million budget. So what this option includes is a new driving range building that includes 18 covered and heated tees. It includes 7 grass tees, and it includes the new netting and pole system to defend against flying golf balls. It includes the existing 7,000 square foot building remodeled on both levels. So there is no new square footage here. It's the existing square footage remodeled. And what that remodel would include is entirely new HVAC and electrical in the existing building, all code required ADA improvements, an interior and exterior refinish of the building, and as much reconfiguration as we could squeeze into the budget to result in at least a 1,500 square foot restaurant shell space, not a fully built out restaurant, but the shell, 1,000 square foot pro shop, 1,000 square feet of flex space, and 3,500 square feet of cart storage on the lower level. This does not include any exterior event space. It's a remodel of the existing facility. And it includes a new parking lot that will yield roughly 100 car parks.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on. It seems to be skipping at the most important times.
Yeah. You need to hear what happened.
Okay, I can give it one more try. I don't.
Storage.
Yeah, so
The community can hear, like I'm hearing him fine. I don't know if it's something.
Also, audio to the online audience seems to be pretty good, so maybe just a council chamber issue.
thank you.
I suggest turning down the volume in the council chamber. Use the owls for the audio. I think that may be the source of the feedback.
We're using them, thanks. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor.
Should I go over that slide one more time?
I think you were starting to talk about the remodel of the building.
Okay, I'll start there. So having covered the driving range, this option includes remodeling the existing building, not adding any new square feet. It includes new HVAC and electrical, all required ADA improvements, an interior and exterior refinish of the building, creating an updated look inside and out. 1,500 square feet of shell space for a restaurant that would be built out by a future tenant. 1,000 square feet pro shop, 1,000 square foot flex space, and the lower level of the building would be converted entirely to cart storage, yielding 3,500 square feet of cart storage. Okay, hopefully everyone heard that. That's a summary of the driving range focused option. We'll go through the three options. We can ask questions about any of them later. If we could click to the next slide, please.
Question for clarification. What you're saying is that what is explained here, that would cost the $8.4 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Back up one slide, please. Okay. So this is, we're calling this the Pro Shop option. So the cost of this one, $9,775,000. What this option includes is the same driving range as before. So all new netting and poles, 7 grass tees, 18 covered and heated tees. It includes a new Pro Shop building that's 2,400 square feet. That Pro Shop building would include simulator bays. So it would provide added winter revenue for the facility. And it would include all other support spaces that the Pro Shop needs. This option includes remodeling the existing building again, where on the first floor, it would result in 2,500 square feet of restaurant shell space, 1,000 square feet of flex space on the main level. The existing deck would be refurbished, and on the lower level, we would convert the building to 3,500 square feet of cart storage. In addition to the new Pro Shop, we would have to rework the existing putting green to make sure all that worked together. And then, of course, this includes the new parking lot with about 100 car parks. So all of that for $9,775,000. So if we can click to the next slide, please. The next slide.
I think that's it.
Yeah, Todd, go back one.
I still see the Pro Shop slide.
I see the 11.9 option is showing.
Okay, unfortunately, for some reason, I can't see that one, but I can talk about it. So the next option is where the scope is 100% all new. So it's 11 point something million. I apologize, I don't remember the number, and the slide isn't changing for me on this end. So it's, I think it was 11.9 million. What that gets is the optimum driving range. So again, 7 grass tees, 18 covered and heated tees on the ground level, another 18 covered and heated tees on a second level of that driving range, and all associated poles and netting. This option would yield 10,200 square feet, which is the desired program amount of square footage. And the bullet points on the left, again, I apologize, I can't see the slide you're looking at right now. But from memory, it's a 2,400 square foot Pro Shop. I believe the restaurant is 3,000 square feet. There's a flex space that's also 2,400 square feet. There is an exterior event space in this one that's about 3,000 square feet or 3,500. And part of the thought here is that that exterior event space could be constructed using the main floor of the existing building, and the lower floor of the existing building could be converted to storage or additional cart space. As another option, the existing building could be completely demolished and that exterior event space created in its place. So this option maximizes what has been requested in the programming effort and by the city for a fully functional, prominent, fully indoor-outdoor experience facility, and offers, I would say, a range of opportunities for additional revenue, summer and winter as well. So let's go ahead and click to the next slide. Now, I may need to open my own show here so that I can, okay, now I can see it. So here we are showing a little bit of detail on the parking layout. And Keith, at this point, if you'd like to go over what we're seeing here.
Sure. One of the drivers for this to allow maximum flexibility and reduce costs is really to try and match the existing grade as closely as we can. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to lay the parking out efficiently, create kind of a one-way flow, which allows us to maximize the number of cars that we can get up there. This is about 20 additional spaces that we're showing over what's currently there. And then I think the other big feature of this is that we're looking at realigning the entry further to the east, where we have a major intersection. The flow for both pedestrians, vehicles, crossing points is much more efficient there. So this particular design, and probably one that we would carry through, is showing that connection. Yeah, I think that's probably the major element, Steve.
Okay, so, and this, what we're looking at right here is within budget on every option that we looked at before. One of the initial desires on this project was to expand and maximize parking as much as possible. So we did take a look at another option on the next slide, if we could click to that slide. Okay, so Keith, maybe you'd like to go over what we're seeing here.
Sure. One of the needs that were expressed was that the lack of parking at the City Hall parking lot. The efficiency is not real high, and we looked for a way to maybe improve that capacity that would help both the City Hall as well as the golf course. So the configuration you're seeing there basically just adds on to the existing roadway system and extends as an efficient way as we possibly can, adding one drive aisle with a double loaded parking there. As most of you know, that space is undulates a lot. There's a lot of berms, a lot of swales. We have the street sign. It's not an easy space to develop in. We also have probably the best tee there that allows short game play that would also be replaced, and we would need to find a place for that in the new configuration. So this is what we're currently looking at as far as expanding parking, which would get us up to about 156 new parking stalls between the two parking lots.
So this expanded parking is not included right now in the budget numbers for any of the previous options that we've shown. It's also not included in the design scope currently, but we felt that it was important to take a look at how much additional parking could be generated by doing this. Since we're looking at this real quickly, I'd like to just mention something I forgot earlier, and that is the curve of the driving range bays. The reason we're using that configuration is it is the optimum configuration to reduce required net height. So by curving those bays, we can get the maximum number in and build the shortest possible nets. So it's the most efficient way to construct that range. It does shorten the range a little bit down to about 220 yards from the previous 245-ish. But in conversation with Chris Johnston, that was acceptable. So we've been proceeding with that configuration. It also allows us to have a single driving range building that avoids moving the irrigation pump house, which would incur extreme costs. So we've left that alone. Of course, some rearrangement of piping would be needed based on new building positions, but the pump house itself could stay, saving quite a bit of money. So if we could go ahead and click to the next slide at this point. So this is the overall schedule. We're here on week number 6. We've accomplished 4 design session meetings at this point. And here we are at council meeting day. So you can see the remainder of the schedule, the 20-week schedule that's been laid out is extremely aggressive. And we don't have really a minute to lose in this process to achieve the goals that were laid out in the initial RFP. So we're at a crossroads right now about scope and budget, and we definitely could use some direction and feedback. So if we could, before we move on from this, I do want to point out the red boxes are important milestones in this process. So back on week 3 was when we finalized the program. Here on week 6 is this meeting this evening. On week 8, we hope to lock in the first mini GMP. GMP is guaranteed maximum price, and that mini GMP would be a price that the contractor commits to, probably representing the netting and poles. But whatever portions of the design we can really lock down by then and be sure about, then they can commit to a price on that and lock it in once and for all. You can see on week 11, we anticipate a final GMP. There's a lot of work to do between now and then. So again, not a minute to lose. At the same time, we would bring the project back to the city council and share with everyone the status of things. Then on week 13 or thereabouts, we anticipate assisting with a public forum where we share the design for the whole facility with the public and accept any final comments from the public. And then ideally on week 20, we receive a building permit. After that, the contractor can really make hay. So if we could click to one more slide, please. So this is, I guess, the ask for this evening from the council. What we're looking at is feedback and direction regarding the budget and scope. So this is extraordinarily critical to us in terms of the schedule. You know, it's been made clear that 8.4 has been the number, and we are, you know, ready to proceed with that. We just want to make sure the council is aware of what can be purchased with that number, and that there's a lot of things asked for in the beginning that are outside the budget. And so this is the opportunity to let us know if you'd like to include those things or not. So at this point, let's see, there is one more slide. If we could click to the next one. So these are just simply the next steps. You know, budget and scope confirmation as soon as we can get that is going to be helpful. At this point, we've pretty much gone as far as we can go without that direction. But once we have that, we can proceed full speed with design and lock in those GMPs and head towards completion of the design portion of the project and get on with construction. So at this point, I do want to say thank you to everybody in the audience, and it's hard for me to comprehend all the people that are listening tonight. So definitely members of the council and everyone else with the City of Liberty Lake, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present this evening. And at this point, we're certainly open to questions. We can go back to any slide that you might have questions about. Jonathan, I don't know if you have any words to close with, or shall we go straight to questions?
No, I think we can go straight into questions.
I want to make sure I thank you guys for being here. We only really have about 10 to 12 minutes in this part of the workshop, but we do have not too far into our meeting tonight, additional time to continue this discussion after the first several agenda items. So I would ask, you know, obviously we're not going to get through this in 10 to 12 minutes. If you guys could stick around for that additional piece of the workshop, we'd really appreciate it. So Councilmember Kurtz, I think I saw your hand up first.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my first impression having, so the Trailhead part was one of the first things we talked about when I joined the council. We had the presentation from the previous design team, and we had the workshop in April or May, I think, of last year. I feel like this presentation, and I'm not sure where that started from, but when we had the presentation, when we did the retreat, we talked about a total rebuild, not revamping the building. I thought that was the decision the council had made at that time. I understand there's been a difference with construction costs and whatnot, but I'm surprised to see a design at this point that is only focused on golf. It does not seem to have components that the focus groups talked about in the community before. The flex space, it has some flex space, but any of the other family friendly things, like one of the examples that was thrown out there was snag golf. The 3 designs here seem to be pretty locked in on golf. And as a non-golfer, and looking at the cost that's associated, even the minimum that we're talking about, 8.4 million up to almost 12 million. I'm struggling with the cost idea for that. I don't know if others are as well. So I guess my question is, how did we start off with, I do have other questions, but my first question is, how did we start off with a rebuild when I thought the council had said we were going to start fresh with a new building? And that might be a question maybe for Lisa, I'm not sure.
Let me take a shot at that. Councilmember Kurtz, I appreciate that question. And I had to ask myself the very same question. I know that we were tasked with a new facility. I think that as we work through the process and along with Boughton estimating costs along the way, once it was made clear what could be afforded within the 8.4, which was a bit shocking to us all, we recognized that there came a point where we really had to look at the option of remodeling the existing building, because given the amount of dollars that we had left after the driving range and parking and some of those necessities, building a new building just wasn't within what was left in the budget, but remodeling the existing building was. And the conclusion was that within that existing building, we believe we could provide better functions than it currently has, but it definitely is not a new building. And I know and I'm fully aware that that's certainly preferred by the city. And we recognize that that's the ideal situation. And Scott, I don't know at this point if you'd like to share some of the costs that led us to that decision.
I think the biggest cost to talk about today, really quickly, high level, is your netting and your poles. It's one of the most expensive parts of the entire project. Using rough numbers, we're almost 40% of your total budget is going to go to replacing the nets and replacing the poles and the work associated with the driving range enclosures. So when you add that into the equation, and then you take, over probably 10 to 15% of your cost is in the site work that's going to be required to put a new parking lot in for you. And then you add in your total budget value does include things like furnishings, equipment, sales tax, all of those other elements that work up to 25%. And before long, you've got 20% of that total budget is going to be allocated to a structure. And so what we're attempting to do is try and allocate that 20% in the most efficient way. To put the poles and nets in perspective, we used in 2017, there was a study put together to come up with a design that would replace the poles and nets. The numbers that we received just recently based upon that 2017 budget have doubled. So just in current market dollars, we don't typically see doubled inflation from 2017, but for that particular scope of work, the initial budget outreach that we did doubled the value of that scope alone. So it really took a large chunk of your budget and absorbed it into one very specific scope of work.
Okay. Thanks. I've got hands on the screen and hands in person. So I had Councilmember Baird next, then Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Cargill.
Thank you, Mayor. So a while back, when I was on the Planning Commission, I know that we discussed the netting, and at that time it was roughly 3 million, and that was just to replace it. Now that we're doubling the size, I thank you for providing it's roughly 40% of our budget. And I apologize for my lack of understanding on this. Can you explain why we're doubling the height of the netting, and if that the reason behind that, please?
Yeah, so currently the netting that exists does not prevent 100% of golf balls. It does not keep 100% of them within the driving range. What we were tasked with in the beginning is to provide a solution that does keep essentially 100% of the golf balls within the driving range, and that no golf ball escaping the range was in consideration. That was an unacceptable option. So that's where the trajectory analyst comes into question. He analyzes it at the exact range that we have in the configuration of it and determines the reality of where those golf balls will go and provides net sizing to exactly defend against 100%. And of course, there's always going to be maybe, that 0.01% of golf balls that might get over or through or whatnot. But for all intents and purposes, the netting that we are pricing defends against 100% of golf balls, keeps them all within the range. So that's the reason it needs to be quite a bit taller. The existing net doesn't do that at all.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Cargill and then Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, guys, thanks for this presentation tonight. The one thing I'm getting out of this is a hard slap of reality. So thank you for that. We've been dealing with this I go back at least 9 years, and it's very difficult to get to this point, but we are here. We've spent a lot of money with the company out of Colorado to look at this, and I'm glad we've done that. But what I'm hearing is that in order to even get near what we think we want, our budget is going to increase by at least 40%. I'm really concerned about that. I share Councilman Kurt's concern is that my assumption was what we were told, what we were assumed could be done for the 8.4 is the building would be gone and we'd be able to have some additional things there. So I understand things going up. It's shocking that I remember in 2017 where it was going to be $1.7 million for netting. Now it's substantially gone up. We've been working on this for 4 years since I've been on the council. I'm looking at the time frame we have left, a total of 9 years. If I understand this correctly, what we're being asked tonight is make a decision. Do we want to increase the budget? Is that correct?
That really is, I guess, correct. And we're not necessarily asking for a decision tonight on that, although based on the schedule that we've committed to, we certainly could use that decision in order to maintain that project schedule.
Very good, thank you. So that leads me to the statement, also a question. Because we've been working on this for so many years, one concern I've had, and I've voiced this over and over again, that so much is involved in such a project that we have going. My frustration is with suddenly a lot of time and effort is put in by you and your company, a lot of people within our staff. You guys have dealt with this for a long period of time, and suddenly it comes up to the council that, oh my gosh, we have to make a decision tonight. If we've been working on this for so many years, to think that we could look at this tonight and make a quick decision that we could increase our budget by 40% is not even realistic. Not even realistic. So if I can we go back to the original presentation? I want to point out one thing.
Yeah, about 3 minutes to report.
Right, and see, that's one of the concerns also. That's why I did request through Lisa to add this to our 7 o'clock so we can continue on with something like this. There's one thing on the second page that you've shown us, if I can go to that, and this is back in reference to what Councilman Kurtz has said. Functionality. The daily operation of the golf course, the pro shop, driving range, and restaurant will be the forefront of the design. The forefront of this design is the benefit of the citizens. We have a golf course that less than 10% of the citizens utilize. So the reason why we've been motivated to do something new there is to protect what we have, enhance it, and also be able to have access for the citizens to be able to use this for a lot of people who don't golf. And yet in this functional statement, that is not even mentioned. Now, I know later on that you do show, which I'm encouraged by that, to show flex space of 40%, wherever the case may be. But let's be realistic here as we move forward. I don't see how we can make a decision. I cannot make a decision tonight to even consider a 40% increase to get you guys additional marching steps to move forward. Thank you.
We'll go Councilmember Cargill real quick, and then if we can, we'll get to Councilmember Dunn, and then we'll break.
Thanks, Mayor. And guys, thanks for the presentation. I just want to make sure everyone puts this into perspective in terms of the 150 foot height of these poles. That is the height of the clock tower downtown. So when we're thinking about how high what we're talking about here. I'm not sure that some of the folks in the community are gonna like poles that high. I understand what you guys are saying about keeping golf balls within the range, although you've never seen me golf, so you know, maybe 150 feet is not high enough, but those are some pretty tall nets. My question was, as you guys may or may not know, we've had to replace those nets numerous times because of windstorms and all kinds of weather conditions. What is the guarantee, if we go with 150 foot and these new nets, is there a guarantee on those? How long are they gonna last before we have to replace them again? And I know, you know, if we have a tornado, we're gonna have to replace them. But I mean, what is the lifespan of those nets?
That's a great question. I can't answer, Scott. I think I would have to defer to you if you've got information on that.
We have not taken that next step with either Tanner, the design company, or with the netting manufacturer and suppliers that we've reached out to. At this point, kind of getting into it, we took the 2017 design and we went back out to the team that originally priced it and asked them to look at that. We didn't take the next step to say, could you tell us a little bit about your warranty, long-term durability? We haven't investigated that further, understanding that we were basing it on previous information that we had. Some of the comments around the heights of the netting has to do with, in 2017, there was also some desire or a potential desire to go with a double-decker driving range. So elevating that second level where people are teeing off from. And with that, it drives a little bit additional, it drives that height even higher. That being said, we're still exploring, as we showed that horseshoe design, it allows for more on-grade tee boxes, which start to align with what Chris's needs are for the overall functionality of the program. And so we're exploring with them right now, with Tanner, can we bring the netting down to align with our 2022 design? And can we also start to eliminate some of the potential poles that were necessary? So there's still some exploration that we need to do to really start to drive value into that scope of work. We're just not quite there yet.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I just want to say, if almost half of the cost is going to be that driving range, those are answers I think we all want to know. Is how.
And that's very accurate, right? That in that costing, and I hear what you're saying on the durability and length, and that's a one-time cost that you don't want to have to do again.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Dunn, you're up next. Do you want to try it now, or you want to wait till 7? I don't know how much time you need.
This one's pretty quick. Chris Johnson, quick recount for operations. Are we using low density balls in the driving range right now?
They are limited flight golf balls right now. So that was to when we had the insurance company look at the, you know, kind of the safety of it and the risk management of it. That was what was that was the reason why we went from regular golf balls to those limited flight golf balls, because we had golf balls going outside of the range. I would like to kind of reiterate, as far as the driving range netting that's on there now, as far as we can tell, that driving range netting is between 25 and 30 years old. And me talking to some of the netting companies, the poles are the most expensive part of this, which I'm sure Scott can attest to that. The netting is the lesser of the two. The metal poles that would have to go up for this, in the company that I talked to, they were guaranteed for 100 years. The reason why they said 100 years is because they were steel poles and they didn't even have any poles that they had to replace anywhere else at that point. Whether that's, you know, what they're going to guarantee, I would say no. The driving range netting, usually they'll guarantee between 12 to 15 years. But as we know, the netting that we have out there right now is 25 to 30 years old. And it's just now in the last couple of years started to fail. So the failing of the netting that's happened now is because the netting is so old.
Hey, I appreciate that one, Chris. Just as a follow-up, it sounds like the range study previously presented was to return to full density or regular flight balls. So the net proposal part of this is to return the golf course to normal density golf balls.
Yes, the patrons that use the range, we've had many over the last couple of years of us using limited flight that have concerns about using limited flight as a golfer and not having their regular flight. Yes. So the double decker, just for the information, talking to Tanner Consulting, is that from a regular netting height to a double decker adds 14 feet. So it's not like it doubles in height when you have the second level of the driving range. It only needs the 14 feet to go up. Again, I think the biggest part of this, hopefully this will help, is that the numbers that Scott has got so far is in the configuration we have the range in now, which is not what the configuration of the range would be. We just, for this meeting, we didn't get Tanner Consulting to get back to us on that configuration. So we don't have the exact number of poles netting. When I talked to him 4 years ago, he said, you know, you guys want to reconfigure this, we can save I shouldn't say a bunch of money, but save some money on the poles are the most expensive part. If you make the range shorter, if you have it in the right configuration, you start to save quite a bit of money. So we're not there. We don't have those numbers to be able to tell you, but it should be coming soon.
Thanks.
Everybody, I think, Councilmember Van Orman, I think you had a note, but if you can hold on to that, you'll be first during our workshop at 7. We're going to take a quick break, come back at 7. I know Todd's going to make a quick adjustment to our audio system here to try to fix our missing audio. So stay tuned. We'll be back at 7 o'clock.
Are we muted?
Quick audio check. Andy Kurtz, can you hear me okay? Thanks. I don't think we're getting any audio from the council chamber.
What's that?
Oh, I hear Mike now.
Okay.
Can you hear us, Dan?
Yep.
Okay, great. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is 7:01. Sorry for the minute late start. We are here at City Hall for our Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 City Council meeting. This is our regular session being held remotely. Governor Inslee's order 20-28.15 regarding the OPMA remains in effect. It requires public meetings, hearings to be held remotely, with the option of also holding an in-person component to a public meeting or hearing if certain conditions are met. At the present time, the City of Liberty Lake has determined not to hold an in-person component to a public meeting or hearing. We will go ahead and we will start with the invocation led by Councilmember Cargill and followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
Our Father in heaven, we thank you very much for the opportunity again to gather as a community and to work on the issues that are important to the people of our city and our state. We ask for your blessing on this meeting this evening, that we will be guided by your inspiration and we will make the best decisions possible for our city. We also ask for your blessing and for your ability to watch over our troops and our president and all of our people and first responders who are putting their lives in harm's way. In your name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Call the meeting to order. Do a roll call here, and I won't leave anybody out. I will start with Councilmember Follier.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Dunn.
Happy to be here.
Councilmember Baird. Here. Councilmember Cargill.
Here.
Councilmember Van Orman
Here.
and Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy.
Present.
All right, all 7 present and accounted for. We are up to agenda approval. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. On agenda approval, I would like to interject the possibility of the consideration of the council to make some adjustments. And one, I'd like to draw the attention to item, under action item B1, selection of Mayor Pro Tem. Normally, my understanding at action items, we've already had discussions, things presented to us, so it's only brought to us at that point to make a decision. We really haven't had any discussion on that, on who the applicants want to be and how they're going to do. I would recommend that we moved into a workshop. Consideration from council?
So you're making a motion to move that from action items to a workshop?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Van Orman. Any discussion or comments?
Mayor.
And Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Cargill.
I think, and I've only done this once, but the last time we did it, it was an action item and we had the discussion in the meeting and took action in the meeting. So my experience was only that one time. But I think that we'd be able to make that decision tonight if we needed to.
Councilmember Cargill.
Yeah, I guess my question was, if we move it to a workshop discussion, that doesn't prevent us from still making a decision this evening,
Correct.
correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I guess what's the difference then between having it where it is now and a workshop discussion if either outcome,
Yeah, but
either results in an outcome?
the action item,
Right.
we move second. We'll go through that and we'll have discussion and then
Right.
in the nominations. Councilmember Dunn, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, just my perception is an action item with a motion does follow with discussion. I think that period is sufficient to have discussion for that action item.
Any other comments? Not hearing any. All in favor of moving the selection of Mayor Pro Tem to a workshop, say aye.
I,
Yes, we have 2 ayes. Who was the other? Okay, so we had Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Orban, aye. And any opposed, just raise your hand. It's easier for me. 2, 4. Okay, I'm still missing somebody. Jamie, I think you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was off.
Sorry, it was off. And we have the other 5 opposed, so it looks like we will be leaving selection of Mayor Pro Tem under action item B1.
very good. Second item I'd like to bring to the attention to council for consideration. We were talking earlier is that it's obvious we're going to get into a more lengthy discussion with the workshop on Trailhead. So recommendation be as a workshop, is there anything we could move to another meeting? I would make a motion, we move D, representation on advisory board to another meeting. The only one that was really critical to us was the STA. I've been in contact with the STA because they wanted to have an answer by the 21st, but they have said that they will continue with the same person we have appointed now until whenever we make that decision.
Do we have
Once
a-
again, my recommendation is based on save time.
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilmember Cargill. Right, make sure I write these down. Any further discussion or questions on moving representation on advisory boards to our next meeting? I don't see any discussion. All in favor, say aye and raise your hand if you would, please. It's easier for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, looks like we have 7 in favor. Any opposed?
I'm reading ahead.
That's okay. Motion passes 7-0. We will move workshop discussion 9D to the 2-1 agenda.
Very good. If there are no other additions or subtractions, I make a motion that we approve the amended agenda.
I'll second.
And a second from Councilmember Baird. Any further discussion? Not hearing. Oh, yes, Councilmember Baird.
Just a question on the workshop discussion for Trailhead.
Yes,
Is this the time where we want to discuss the length of that or
we could.
address it when we get there? Makes no difference to me.
The time limit isn't actually part of the agenda, so you can do it now, or you guys can discuss it when we start that.
When we get there. Great.
Okay. All right. So all in favor of approving the amended agenda, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. Any opposed? Not seeing any, motion passes 7-0. We have an approved agenda, much quicker than the last one, if I might say. Okay, citizen comments. So this is the time when our citizens who are attending can make a comment on any topic that you choose. We just ask that you send a note to Todd Henderson in the chat feature. He is our meeting host, and he will let me know who is willing to make a comment. You will have 3 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen, and it is certainly comments. There will be no expected feedback from the council or staff, but if there is something that needs to be answered, we will make sure we have your contact information so we can get back to you. Do we have anybody who wants to make a comment? No? Okay. Todd's not seeing any in chat. I'm just making sure we don't have any hands. Tim Olson. Welcome.
Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening, council. Thank you for all you do. I just wanted to make a comment that last week, the last meeting we had, Charmaine Peterson brought up a very, very good point that we need to have representation at all of our council meetings from a city attorney. If he's out of town, we need to get someone to replace him. I just think that she made a very good point, and I don't want that to get glazed over and lost in the feet in what was discussed. And I'd like to see that brought up at some future council meeting. That's all I had for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, do we have any other comments? Okay, not seeing any. There will be another chance at the end of the meeting. So if you have anything, just keep note of it and join us at the end of the meeting. All right, we have no announcements, proclamations, or special presentations. We will jump to reports and inquiries. City council reports. Anybody would? Okay, got Councilmember Cargill first.
Well, I just wanted to let everyone know that I had the opportunity last Friday morning to tour the new Tesla building over off of Mission and Harvard. And it's spectacular what they're doing, Baker Construction and some of the contractors there doing a terrific job. So that's really exciting. It's going to be a 33,000 square foot building. They told us they have 5 transformers on site to do all the charging and everything that they need to do for those vehicles. They expect to be done, I think they said by about the first week of March, which is just around the corner. So that's going to be an exciting addition to the community. And I know a lot of people are asking, what is that building? What is that building? So that is what the building is. And there's some pictures on the city's Facebook page as well, if anyone's interested. Also wanted to mention that some of the folks at Ridgeline High School reached out to me, and I think they did other council members as well, about what they're doing in March. They're doing a spirit month called Verde Loco, which students will be competing by grade levels and all kinds of hyped up school activities. One of those activities will be a service project in the neighborhood. And the Ridgeline High School Booster Club loves this idea, wants to build on the spirit, and invites the community to Verde Loco and create a lasting legacy. I'm reading from their email here, of community support for the Falcons. This idea is that businesses can partner with Ridgeline High School by committing one gift, one day, 1 week, or 1 month. In the chosen option, they can choose how they can best support the Falcons and a percentage of those sales as well. So this is going to go on, from what I'm told, the entire month of March, and I hope the community takes advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cargill, if you could get that information to Jen Camp, we can get it on the website, Facebook pages. Thank you. Councilmember Baird had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I would like to say I really appreciate the comments that came in last week from Ms. Peterson and again tonight from Mr. Olson regarding our city attorney. So this would be an inquiry on my behalf. Last week I requested a copy of the contract that we have with our attorney's firm just to see what was covered. And part of that contract does cover legal services, which include attendance at council meetings. So I would love to inquire that if we do not have an attorney present, that to make sure we're taking full advantage of those legal services, that one is appointed from the firm in his stead. So I would love for our staff to look into making that happen. Thank you.
We have had that conversation like last year, so you will see that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and I think Mayor Pro Tem, you had something?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. This last Friday, Councilman Baird and myself were able to attend Spokane County put together a meeting for the Regional Council on Governments. in regards to the American Rescue Plan. Our mayor had a conflicting meeting that she was at, so fortunately she was able to give me her notes to be able to say what we've spent our money on. I appreciate that, Mayor. You did a very good job of giving me that information. So I did read into what we were able to do there. And what's interesting is that anybody can get access to this, that there are 60 items, 60 different specific areas that we could put COVID money. What I found interesting is that when for the city, I read what we've been able to do. Other cities got up to say what they've been able to do, and very little have done anything at this point. There was a total of 13 cities represented there. I think that we are way ahead of the curve on what we've been able to do. The Business Journal out this last week talked about the city of Spokane giving $14 million. I find it very interesting where that money does go. So I think it was beneficial. And I'm looking forward to how we move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrett, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, it was very good to meet fellow elected officials and business partners and other stakeholders, and it was very informative. I was happy to attend.
Do we have any other council reports? Okay, not seeing any. Okay, quick mayor's report, and just to clear things up, I actually was in attendance at that meeting remotely, listening in the entire time. And one of the takeaways for me was the discussion around using the money regionally. You know, while from a high level, that sounds great, but there are a lot of things I think that will be being discussed with regards to regional projects that will not benefit Liberty Lake. So we need to be very careful with that and make sure that our dollars, however they're going to be spent, get spent to benefit our residents, the city, our businesses here in Liberty Lake. And I know Finance Director Kyle Dixon does have another little bit more clarity on our guidance that has come up, and he will be talking about that shortly. I did have the opportunity to testify remotely on Senate Bill 5621. This is a bill sponsored by Senator Patton with the backing of Senator Schessler and Representative McCaslin and Representative Chase. This is where, and I've mentioned this over the past year, the city of Spokane is looking to impose a utility tax on Spokane County with regards to a treatment plant that is within the city limits of Spokane. It's a 20% tax, if I remember correctly, which would then affect about 1,000 residents and businesses in Liberty Lake. It does not affect Liberty Lake water and sewer resident people, but it does affect those using consolidated. So we're, instead of fighting this out in court, or they're trying to take this to the legislature. There are only 7 people who spoke. Spokane Valley, Spokane County, City of Millwood submitted some great comments electronically. I testified, and then of course there were some those against from the City of Spokane. So I expect to see some changes in that legislation just based on some of that testimony. And you know, it's probably not one obviously that AWC is watching, but we will be watching it to see so we can stand with residents and try to fight for them, because it would be about $150 a year impact to those residents using consolidated, in addition to the schools. So we are keeping a close eye on that. I also had the privilege of being part of, along with Chief Simmons, the interviews for the Spokane Valley Fire Department new chief. Chief Collins is retiring in March, I believe. And there were 3 great candidates. Councilmember Peets and Chief Ellis from Spokane Valley were also on our panel. And just yesterday, there was a decision made, still to be confirmed by the Fire Commission, but they have offered the job to current Deputy Chief Frank Soto. I'm very excited about that. I was actually on the interview panel when they hired him in as Deputy Chief a little over a year ago. And really what impressed me then impressed me still this time, along with some other things. So great choice, looking forward to his confirmation and him taking over the reins at Spokane Valley Fire. Srtc board meeting, a lot of first of the year actions, nothing really huge to report on there. We talked about the Spokane Council of Governments. This morning we swore in 2 new Liberty Lake Police Department officers, 2 from Washington State Patrol They will be on the February 1st meeting. Chief Simmons will introduce them and they'll get to say a few words. It was kind of short notice to have them and their families join us tonight via Zoom. So you will get to meet them. And 'tis the year for a lot of legislative updates, quite a few every week from AWC, GSI. So council members, if you're not signed up for those, take a look and see. A lot of those are on Thursdays and Fridays. And I'll wrap it up. It's plenty for tonight.
Very good.
All right, city administrator report, Jen. Oh yeah, Councilmember Foyer.
Good. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Just want to piggyback on your report there a little bit, especially the hot sheet that you put out from AWC. I just want to say I really appreciate that. One of them in specific that I think all of us should be paying attention to is this SB 5818 regarding the multifamily on single family lots. And I guess I realize it's a committee, but I had a question on the second page where it says do not advance. Does that mean that it's done? There's no more discussion?
I'm
about it?
definitely not the person to answer that, but I believe Councilmember Cargill can give us some more.
So that means that's their recommendation, is do not advance it, but sometimes they don't take those recommendations, so. Yeah, I mean, if you look at every bill report, it will say from the staff, it'll say advance or do not advance. And the majority or the minority might say something the exact opposite, but that's what their recommendation is now, but.
So it's not a dead bill.
Yeah. And anything from the last legislative session is still alive for this legislative session.
And that's
So,
what this one is,
Yeah.
specifically House Bill 1202 regarding the liability for the city's cause of action to allow a person injured by law enforcement to sue an officer or the city. So we want to those sections out too.
Yeah. Yeah, and if there are things on that hot sheet that you want me to listen to and to listen for in particular or ask about during those update meetings that I'm in, just shoot me an email. Or you guys, if you have time, you can sign up and listen into those updates as well.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Seeing any more, Jen, city administrators report.
Okay, thank you. We're going to kick off today's report. It's nice and short, but Lisa's going to give us an update on where we're at with Kramer Overpass.
Mayor, council members. So Kramer Overpass is about to go into kind of a winter shutdown. They have accomplished everything that they can basically do short of their long lead item supplies being delivered. And so they are going into the winter shutdown, but they are ahead of schedule right now. Also, they are right now targeting between late in June to mid-August for work on the Country Vista Kramer Parkway intersection and the Mission Avenue roundabout. We also, staff has been working with Greenstone Corporation to coordinate their Mission Avenue project, so construction of the improvements on Mission Avenue to occur at the same time that the roundabout is under construction to minimize disruptions to the traveling public. But that is really all that's going on at this moment, and you're going to see kind of a slowdown in activity until the spring, until some of those long lead item supplies are delivered.
Quick question, Lisa. Mayor Pro Tem had asked me this question a couple weeks ago, and I didn't have a chance to follow up. With the crane being out there,
Yeah.
is there any chance they would be willing to fly our Liberty Lake flag from the crane while it's out there?
I can certainly ask that question.
Hey, go ahead, Councilmember Cargill.
Lisa, thanks for the update. Just a quick question. When do they expect the winter shutdown to conclude? Are they thinking maybe around April 1st, or do they just not know depending on the weather?
It's depending both on weather and on the delivery of, so some of the things that they're waiting for are some of the materials that are used in the walls that are going to go on adjacent to the abutments. So anyhow, so that's my understanding, is that until those items are delivered, they're going to be pausing work.
they have an ETA on those items? I mean, are they thinking it could be 4 or 5 months or?
My understanding is that they'll be ready to start in early spring again, and so presumably that is their anticipation.
Okay, moving on. Kyle will present a brief update on the ARPA. Kyle, take it away.
I think Todd's working on getting that up right now. Just kind of a little recap and some discussion that happened last year on where we are looking, to proceed. And so I gotta flip my screen here a little bit. So a little bit of a recap. So back last summer, City Council met after we got our first disbursement of the ARP funds, and we identified 5 priorities for these uses. Those are nonprofits, businesses, residents, technology, and public facilities and infrastructure. And so obviously, the main goal of this was to address the effects of the pandemic. And so Liberty Lake has continued to purchase PPE and related equipment as needed. Obviously, to mitigate that spread. Last fall, back in October, council awarded grant funds to 13 local nonprofits. As everybody's aware, we are currently in the final stages of upgrading our HVAC equipment in City Hall to provide better air circulation, things of that nature. And so I've had a couple discussions with the Greater Spokane Valley Chamber of Commerce. Nobody has a great mechanism right now to provide this assistance to businesses that we've had, and taking that on as an entity is a kind of out of our scope right now. And so businesses are absolutely a priority. We just need to figure out a proper mechanism to carry that out. Also, kind of along the same lines, we're looking into a partnership with SNAP on how we can provide some assistance to residents that are in need. And then some of the bigger discussions that you'll see kind of coming out of the U.S. Treasury discussion is how we can leverage these funds, for other additional public facility and infrastructure projects. And so kind of on the back of that, the final rule for the U.S. Treasury regarding ARPA funds was just released, I believe late last week. And so I will be familiarizing myself with that over the coming weeks to give you guys some direction on exactly how we can leverage those funds for any potential infrastructure projects. So next slide, Todd. So this is a breakdown of kind of what we've received to date and what we spent and kind of where we're at. And so obviously we received that first, what they call a tranche of funds last June. And so over the course of the latter half of last year, we had obviously supplies, PPE, we have professional services, things. So we had a vaccine event, I believe in the STCU parking lot last year. And so we had different signs and services kind of that went towards that, among other things. IT services, we migrated our Office 365 to the cloud. That provides better remote access and increases our security. So obviously we had mentioned the nonprofit grants listed there. And then capital expenses, various computer and technology purchases that enhance the ability to work remotely. And then included in that as well as our first payment for our HVAC upgrades. And so we'll see a similar payment. I think our first payment was around $43,000. We'll see something in that neighborhood or a little bit more once this project is done. So you can see there we spent roughly $365,000. Our current balance in that account is 1.1. We're going to get that second, what they call tranche of funds of that 1.53 million in June. And so you can see what we have remaining there. That 2.695 million is what is remaining to spend from the ARPA fund distribution for Liberty Lake. So this was basically the goal, is to give you guys an update and more of a refresher on what the priorities were kind of identified last summer, and kind of how we plan to continue. So this is going to be an evolving conversation. And so with that, I'll entertain any questions, but as I mentioned, as we get through this process, as we get, especially myself, get my mind wrapped around that final rule that the U.S. Treasury released, we'll be able to kind of tighten up some of these discussions and how we want to attack various projects and assistance.
Looks like we have a couple questions. Kyle, first we have Councilmember Baird, then Councilmember Cargill, then Councilmember Dunn.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Kyle, for providing that update. Just for the benefit of our citizens who may be listening, because I know this question has come up quite a bit. Can you briefly describe the types of infrastructure that we can spend ARPA funds on? Thank you.
So what was initially listed was water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. And so since Liberty Lake doesn't own or manage their own utilities, this is a little bit of a more, it would be a little bit more of a lift to identify eligible projects, because if you go to Cheney or you go to Spokane, you go anywhere else, they're gonna identify a substantial portion of these funds to upgrade water and sewer lines, and that's a very easy task for them to say, we have this aging infrastructure in place that is explicitly listed in the what was at the time the interim final rule, that they can dedicate these funds to for public health. And so for us, yeah, the broadband piece is there. There are these kind of evolving discussions, and that's what I really need to get my mind wrapped around, is how we can, leverage these dollars towards, potentially, things that Liberty Lake are more of a priority for Liberty Lake: streets, potentially, open space to get people outdoors, try to take advantage of that narrative so we can take advantage of these funds in that manner.
And Councilmember Cargill next, and then Councilmember Dunn.
Thanks, Kyle, very much. I just want to say, and this is not necessarily directed at you, Kyle, but I think the sooner we make a decision on these funds, the better. And the reason for that is because I don't like the idea, and I'm sure others don't like the idea as well, of just having 1.1 million right now, or whatever it is, just sitting in an account somewhere waiting to be used. I mean, I think the intent of the legislation, and whether you agree with the legislation or not, was to get it out to the community. And so I think we should make that decision sooner rather than later. And it's also my understanding, Kyle, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, that the state governments had most of the restriction in terms of how they could spend it, and the local governments, it was a little more loosely defined in terms of what they could spend on. Is that accurate?
That's correct, but we just wanted to make sure that, so as these discussions were developing, we didn't want to get caught off guard with, we think something's allowable use, while it might not necessarily be explicitly stated. If the U.S. Treasury comes out with something that kind of contradicts that, all of a sudden we are too far along in the process to back up, and all of a sudden, there might be some exposure there. And so to your first point, yes, absolutely. The idea is to get these funds out the door. But in one breath, they would say that, and then in another breath, they would also caution against, or not caution against, but also kind of direct, states and local governments. Look, you have 6 years to spend these funds. Get a plan in place. Let's figure out how you want to use those. And so, kind of based on how you could read those discussions, you can say, yes, absolutely. And with the CARES Act, 100%, they shoved that money out the door. They said, go spend it, go get rid of it. There was a little bit of a more measured approach, because the trouble with that is they're still making up the rules, as early as 2 weeks ago. And so it's, yes, there are explicitly defined things. Absolutely. Yes. COVID mitigation, all these different, specifically identified, infrastructure pieces, revenue replacement, things of that nature that absolutely, yes, we can, address. And so I am absolutely willing to go at council's pace on how we want to expend these funds.
Real quick, before we jump over to Councilmember Dunn and Councilmember Kurtz, just to reiterate Kyle's point, we're kind of in a marathon, not a sprint. We have till the end of 2024 to allocate the funds until the end of 2026, correct, Kyle? To actually
Correct, yeah.
spend.
Yeah.
So we don't want to get into a situation where we allocate them all now, and then, a couple years down the road, something even more dramatic and drastic happens with COVID, and then we're left with nothing. So it's really hard to gauge how hard to push on the gas with this. So I think it's been more difficult for councils and governments around to make these decisions because we do have such a long runway. So go ahead, Councilmember Dunn. Sorry for that.
Sure, no, that's okay. Actually, it's a quick question, Madam Mayor. I believe that Melanie Rose, the Avista Government Relations contact, had addressed the city of Liberty Lake, identifying specifically accounts for businesses, small businesses within our city, which were in arrears or behind related to COVID. Have we been able to take action on that?
I know Kyle has been working on how to go about that, both with businesses and residents through SNAP. So we can get you an update on that.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we'll re-engage, we'll get a proposal from them for the next council meeting for sure.
And Councilmember Kurtz is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hear your words that it's a marathon and not a sprint. I didn't want to say that backwards, but I would like to, if we can, add this to an upcoming agenda. I hear Kyle mention that maybe by the next meeting, he can give us maybe some update on the new guidelines. And then the other piece that he just mentioned, but maybe either in February or March, can we get the ARP expenditures back on the agenda, and then also look at how we can possibly engage the community in some decision making around how they would like to spend the money for their community. That would be my ask.
Very good. We'll put that on a TBD, and when we get to that section of the meeting a little bit later, we can throw around some dates. Yeah, Councilmember Follier.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said about this so far. I just have one more comment on it. I don't think we should be wasting another ounce of energy investigating how to use these funds until this council has had another discussion about the priorities of the funds. The last time we talked about it was in July, which is 7 months ago. And I saw on the slide 5 or 6 different priorities. And I get the sense that maybe it would be better use of the funds if we could narrow down the priorities to maybe 1 or 2. And based on what I just heard 2 other council members have listened to with a previous discussion regarding ARP funds, I think that needs to be part of this overall discussion. So these, I guess I get a little frustrated when I hear these little bits and pieces and snippets of how to use it, when I think we need to be looking at the big picture and how best to use it for all of the citizens, not just a small handful.
Yeah.
So totally agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Future agenda. Late February, early March sometime. We'll take a look at that. All right, anybody else on ARPA? Doesn't look like it. Jen, back to you.
All right, thank you. So I just thought I'd provide an update, and as of last week, I think that the COVID test situation wasn't what it is today. And last week I was going to update you tonight that we were out at the library, but it sounds like we're pretty much out everywhere that you look. So we did post and share the information for the government website where you can order the free tests that Biden has presented to the nation, and that began today. So we shared that information out. But as of right now, the library does still not have any tests. And I guess with that being said, we'll go into events and reminders. The library has switched over to curbside pickup for tomorrow. They are having some staffing shortages and trying to balance all of that. So curbside pickup is going to be the best situation for tomorrow for their staffing. That may continue. We're taking that on a day-by-day, case-by-case basis with the amount of staffing that is available to run the library, but they are fully prepared to go curbside pickup as they did previously during COVID, and still be there in attendance for the citizens. There are several programs that they are pushing pause on through January and February, in-person programming, and they are going to stick with just programs that they can package up the items, send them off, and the teenagers and the kids and the adults can do them remotely in their own homes. So that will likely be through January and into February. And then President's Day is the next holiday that City Hall and Library will be closed. With that, that is all I have. Are there any questions or concerns with the library situation or COVID tests at the library or anything on our report tonight?
Councilmember Dunn.
Just Jen, I'm really grateful for the efforts of the library to provide this as a service to the community. I would just say with a personal witness that COVID testing right now is at a premium. I mean, like, good luck trying to schedule a test. So to have had that as an option to our community, I was very proud. If it can be restored, would be grateful.
Yeah, and we don't have word whether they're going to be restocked or not, but we'll update you if we do find out.
Any other
All right.
questions?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are up to workshop discussion. So first one up is the continuation of our Trailhead workshop. I know there was some discussion during agenda review, whether you guys wanted to put a time limit on this for tonight, understanding that this is a lot of new information without deep diving into numbers and payments and where additional money might come from. The council is really not equipped to, to make a decision on this tonight. So I would put out there, consideration when we get later on the meeting with regards to future meetings, possibly putting an additional meeting on next week. But do we have a motion with regards to limiting the workshop time? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion through about 15 minutes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to limit first workshop to 15 minutes. Any discussion? Councilmember Kurtz.
I feel like I have a lot of questions. I could probably fill up like a half an hour of my own hearing the responses and everything. And so I'm not sure what to do with that. Because I understand that, I mean, we're just given a lot of information tonight and it's fresh in my mind and I'd like to ask the questions. I guess I would ask for a longer workshop since we have the people that we would ask those questions of present with us here tonight.
Any other comments, feedback?
I also believe that the information provided is important for immediate questions. I propose 25 minutes is a better time limit.
All right, any other comments, questions? Okay, so we have the motion on the floor is to limit the workshop to 15 minutes. We'll take that vote first, see where that goes. So all in favor of limiting the Trailhead workshop to 15 minutes, please say aye. And if you would raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any opposed to limiting it to 15 minutes, please raise your hand. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah. So motion fails to limit it to 15 minutes. Do we have a follow-up motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion. We limit it to 25 minutes.
We have a second.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Baird. Any discussion, questions? Okay, not seeing any. All in favor of limiting the Trailhead workshop to 25 minutes, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. I am not seeing any opposed, so we are limiting our Trailhead workshop to 25 minutes. So that takes us to, oh gosh, about 5 minutes after 8. I will start my clock and we'll do the best we can. I'll just watch it on here. We'll do the best we can here. All right, so I think we left off it. Councilmember Van Orman was next with the question.
I was. The question I have is with the height requirements, have we checked with our insurance company for those height requirements that are needed? Sounds like Chris is going to be coming back with more information regarding the actual range itself. So I think we're still waiting on some of that. So having it come back around for another workshop would probably be in our best interest.
Great. Okay. So we'll take that note for additional information. When we get to the upcoming agenda items later on in the meeting, we can talk about either doing an additional meeting or additional workshop. All right, I guess we're starting over here. So I think Councilmember Kurtz had her hand up next, and then Councilmember Cargill.
My next question had to do with, again, with the height of the poles. At one point during a couple of the different presentations we had, there was some discussion of the expense of the poles and the netting. And there was one of the proposals had moving the driving range over to the other side along Liberty Lake Road. And I think somewhere in our workshop, we decided not to do that. I guess I'm just wondering, at some point, should we be considering that, given that the driving range, netting and polling is half of our budget? And instead of locking ourselves into that expensive cost, looking at using the existing topography, which was one of the reasons for moving it over there and part of that original design that we had back last year, 2020, to use the topography to lessen the height of the poles, to reduce the cost given how expensive they are. And I don't know who to ask that question of.
Who wants to take that one?
This is Scott with Boughton Construction. I can speak to my concerns around cost related to a relocation of a range. We're going to have a defined cost related to the poles and netting regardless of where we locate it. My concerns with moving it over next to Liberty Lake would be the additional cost required to actually realign what the golf course is, how it's set up for the 9 holes. So that's not something that I factored into any of my equations. Would be, what does it take to redo the topography of where the driving range is, adjust the irrigation systems, replantings, and all those kinds of things. I don't think there would be savings to completely relocate where that range is located. I think it will be more beneficial as we move forward to lock in the most efficient height and size of range for that location is the direction that I would recommend.
This is Steve Roth at Architects West. I apologize, my video camera won't turn back on for some reason, but I concur with Scott that relocation of the driving range, while given an unlimited budget, is definitely a possibility, would require replanning of really the whole golf course completely. So, it may be a better location to move it, but definitely far outside the scope of the current budget and outside the scope of what we were tasked with.
Thank you. All right, we have Councilmember Cargill, then Councilmember Baird, then Councilmember Dunn.
Thank you, Mayor. I've made no secret of the fact that I'm not a huge fan of this particular project. That being said, I do want to just point something out that I think dawned on all of us in the 6 o'clock meeting, and that is that we for option 3, which is the new building, new restaurant, new everything, essentially, that was the previous, essentially the previous goal is about 42% over option 1, which was the $8.4 million original budget and goal. We were told in the 6 o'clock meeting that the driving range was about 40% of the budget. Well, it seems to me that if the driving range is 40% of the budget, and in order to get what the council and the city wants in terms of the restaurant and the open space and all those other things is 42% over, there's your difference right there. I mean, it seems that the driving range is eating up almost everything and really driving the extra cost. So I don't know how feasible it is, guys, to go back and say, okay, if we didn't do anything with the driving range, if we just made the minimal changes that we needed to make with the driving range, and instead focused the rest of the money, the 8.4 or 8.4-ish, on the building, on the restaurant, what could we accomplish with that? It's not a question for right now, obviously, but just something to think about as I've been hearing the discussion.
Thank you. All right, we've got Councilmember Baird, then Councilmember Dunn, then back to Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Mayor. So part of the concern that I have, right, is if only 10% of our community is using the golf course for golf, I don't want that to be the overwhelming idea behind this. I think having that flex space for community space, because what we hear at so many council meetings is we don't have places to meet. What better opportunity than have that space at Trailhead? I'm thinking about rental income, You know, that's huge. Throwing a wedding, a banquet, baby shower, whatever, rentals are out of sight if you try to do that in the valley or anywhere nearby. So just a thought as we consider that. Another piece that I am very concerned about is the potentiality of exceeding budget. And while I know we're not discussing revenue streams or things of that nature, one thing I do want to go on record saying, if the council decides to extend the budget, we need to have community input before we burden them with that debt. Thank you.
Councilmember Dunn.
I was reflecting on Councilmember Kurt's observation of the prior concepts. And at the retreat, we'd spoken the words above the hill in reference to the concept, but that all those concepts which involve the driving range aligned towards Liberty Lake Road called for, actually one fence as opposed to a perimeter fence. I'll call it a 180-degree U-shaped feature. So just curious, how that was disregarded in the concept if it was a significant portion of the budget. I'll shift and just ask one additional question. Could you return to the slide adjacency diagram? Possible, Todd?
He's working on it.
It was awesome. Great thanks to the team and assembly. This diagram was really valuable for me visually. Trying to recognize, I'll call it, use of space, not like, physical, this is what it looks like, but more as this is kind of the general, magnitude. Wait till we get that image out. Yeah, that's the one. Go back.
One more.
Just up. Yeah. Title adjacency diagram. Area summaries in square feet.
And we'll have the blue triangles on it. I think.
Yeah. Thanks. So, like I say, this was really helpful in trying to understand. I'll use the word programming in reference, and that was kind of one of the titles in the topic of discussion for tonight. I just had a question in the preparation of this image. Are these, in fact, inventories of current condition? Is that what these numbers represent?
No, not at all. These are desired types and sizes of spaces.
Got it. Because I reflect on that as leading to the feedback aspect and what proportions and components of this reflect objective. On the topic of how much of this is satisfying or reaching for people's participation beyond golf, I think this is the one place that I'd sit there and think about it a little bit and say, at least with respect to area, are we satisfying that broader set? But this to me gives great thought and allows me to think and consider carefully more. So thanks.
I'd love to respond to that if I could.
Please.
Councilmember Dunn, thank you very much for those comments. I do want to point out that this diagram does include a selection of functions that are available to the community. The restaurant, obviously, for one, is year-round community available. The outdoor patio also, as part of that restaurant, as part of the flex space, is usable, maybe even rentable by the community. The flex space is a year-round community component of this facility, like Councilmember Baird had mentioned earlier. And also the sim bays, those simulator bays aren't just for golf. They can portray many different sports. So again, year-round winter revenue and available for all types of uses throughout the community.
Sorry, just one last reflecting question. Is this agency diagram reflected in option driving range, option all new, or option pro shop, or all of them?
It's represented in all of them, but most accurately, it's represented in the all new. Obviously, with the driving range focused option, given the location of the existing building, we're not able to necessarily provide some of these optimum relationships. In the pro shop option, we can provide more of them, but in the all new option, all of these relationships exist.
Got it. I would think for discussion, if it's possible, having such an agency diagram redrawn to reflect the 8.4 target might be helpful. for comparison.
Thank you. All right, we're back to Councilmember Kurtz and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering, Todd, can you go to the slide that had the redraw of the new parking lot? That one right there. So one of the, oh, wait, go back. Yeah. So one of the questions that I had is in seeing the new parking alignment, and I think what I heard was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is this something that was going to carry over through all the designs, but wasn't included in the price? Did I hear that right?
No, not exactly. This is kind of a bonus optional add-on, not part of this project scope, not part of any of the budget numbers that we shared. It's just something that we knew could be on the horizon and decided to look at it in conjunction with this, with the parking layout specific to this project.
Okay, perfect. Because I'm glad to hear that it was an add-on. Because I was starting to wonder about needing a traffic light there and knowing how much those are, where that one's, it looks like the egress from the city hall and the, the driving range and the golf shop and everything, where Trailhead, we're going to egress, and then there's the connection with the city street there. So then I was wondering then about parking and traffic and all of that. So thank you for answering that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Foyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to that diagram that Councilman Dunn was referring to? One more diagram. Okay, very good. Excellent. First of all, I want to say is that this is great. You're showing us this and the diagrams and stuff. Very visual. I really do appreciate that. I'm hopeful that what you're showing us tonight will be given to the council ASAP. The thing I want to go to is a flex space. It's showing 2,400 square feet there. Well, just roughly, I'm looking at men's and women's restrooms, square footage, coat room, storage, mechanical things of the sort here. And if I roughly add that up, I think that's about 1,200 square feet or so. So if it was 1,000 square feet, that flex space really for utilization is 1,400. Is that a good assumption?
That's correct. The 2,400 square foot number includes the flex space itself, plus all of those ancillary components. So it's the overall flex space zone of a building. So you're right, the room itself that an event would occur in is more like 1,500 square feet.
Very good. With that in mind, and I have two other things I'll be very brief here. I want to give a visual to the council and all the citizens who are involved here. When we look at 2,400 square feet, I look at that and I think, hey, that's pretty darn good. I think we can do a lot with that. But in reality, we're looking at roughly 1,400 square feet. What is 1,400 square feet? I want to draw your attention to the room we're in tonight. This room that we're in tonight is 27 feet by 36. We have 972 square feet in the room we are tonight. We've talked about in the past to spend money to enclose the patio which is outside. If we were to do that, that happens to be 37 feet by 12 feet. That's 444 square feet. When you add those together, we have roughly 1,400 square feet. Now, I'm kind of a visual guy on this, because what I've heard for years and years, even if we enclose this out here, we don't have enough space for the citizens we have now. And we're going to grow to 18 to 20,000. So picture what 1,400 square feet is. And if we take this 1,400 square feet we have now, which is not sufficient, and to think we're going to move over to where we're going to have a restaurant and golf and all this type of stuff, is not going to work. So we need more space there. The other thing I want to point out, and once again, this is phenomenal what you guys are giving us. This is really, really good that we need. I'm going back to the presentation that our golf pro did an excellent job on May 6, 2021 at our retreat. And the numbers that were given to us there were based on what this company out of Colorado had given us and stuff. And one of the things that's pointed out with this company in Colorado is that with the space we have now, with the restaurant, no flex space, nothing whatsoever, we don't have sufficient parking. And what was estimated, we need, first of all, we need to be able to address the parking along with everything else, is how much parking do we need? In the presentation that was given to us at our retreat, it shows estimated costs, option 1 above the hill. That parking existing, we have 81. Correction, we have 82, I counted them. What was estimated for $580,000, we would go up to 230 plus. So it was, where that number came from, Chris, our golf pro, could certainly do some research on it because he's really sharp at this stuff. It was looked at from this company in Colorado that we probably need 230 spaces. What I'm seeing that this proposal, even if we add on additional parking, we're going to be a maximum of 156 or so. So even if that, based on what we have, looks like the possibility is insufficient. Now, what I'm referring back to also is a report that was given to us when we started all this, and the company out of Colorado was confirming this. This goes back to March 4th, 2020. That was talking about restaurant space. I'm just going to throw these rough numbers out. That it was needed 1 parking spaces now, 1 space for every 4 seats, or 1 space for every 200 square feet. Golf course required 8 spaces per hole. We have 9 holes, 8, 72. So if we just by, I don't know if this is code or not, but just by people who put together golf courses themselves, what they're saying is if we only had the 9 holes and nothing else, we have no restaurant, we have no flex space, nothing like that. We need 8 times 9. Being an ex-banker, can I count that high? That's 72 spaces. So that means we have 10 extra spaces to be devoted to the restaurant and flex space. We don't have enough parking. That is critical moving forward. Now, last thing I want to make a point on is the 8.4, when that came up, is that was discussed heavily. And it was really discussed as, okay, that's it, not a quarter more. But we all realize that we never get to stick to a budget. But also, let's use reality. Is there any reason why we have to hit 8.4? Maybe we can look at spending less. And maybe that should be is to look at the priority that my understanding has been is that 1, we voted on saving 54 acres. We also voted on keeping the golf course and the existence. What we didn't vote on, the priority was a restaurant. That was an addition too. So I think the emphasis needs to be is that protecting the golf course, and also if the community, which they spoke very loud, that they want community space, 1,400 square foot, not going to cut it. So maybe what we need to do is also take the attitude, not only we're going to look at the possibility of raising our budget by 42%, which is over $2 million, that maybe we have to be realistic and look at the 8.4 and say, all right, maybe we can buy for less, and maybe that might be the restaurant. Because one thing we can cut back on is the golf course, the driving range. That's what started this whole thing. It is outdated. It has to be done. We have no choice in that matter. So at the same time, we're going to put a lot of time and effort into looking at how we can justify a 42% increase. Let's do the citizens right by saying, okay, can we reduce that? Or if we only have 8.4, what do we get with that? And that's it. So I'm excited about what you guys are presenting. I really am. This has been a long process. I've been in favor that it doesn't help us to put lipstick on that pig. And I thought we were going to tear it down and move on. Thanks for what you guys are doing. This is exciting.
All right, we got 5 minutes. We have Councilmember Follier and then Councilmember Kurtz, then Councilmember Cargill.
Holy moly, 5 minutes. We may need to extend. Okay, just I'll go quickly then. So I would agree with the parking comment from Mike Kennedy here. My note was we're gonna originally add 22 stalls within these numbers that we've been given. These parking lot extension was gonna add 78 stalls. I was wondering, can anybody give us an estimated cost for the 78 stalls? I know it's not part of any of these numbers.
Can we take that as an action item, Councilmember Follier?
Sure.
Okay.
Next up, I'd like to speak a little bit to the retreat and how we came to this budget of 8.4. I remember, and I don't remember who exactly or what their numbers were, but some council members were up at 15 million, some were down at, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 million, whatever it was. I don't know that we did ourselves any justice by taking an average. I mean, it was a great idea, but in hindsight now, it makes me wonder if we should have had a little more guidance on what square footage of things cost to maybe help with that discussion. So that brings me to my next question for our professional team here, as I've referred to in the past. Help me understand, or help the council understand the cost per square foot to do remodel versus new construction. I'm assuming remodel is, in my world, usually more than new construction, but maybe I'm wrong in the commercial world. Anybody speak to that?
That's a Scott question. Scott, are you on?
Yeah, generally that is a true statement. I think in the context of this, as we were looking at it and putting it together, we were kind of trying to drive to the square footages that we had available. So to remodel, we could never remodel this existing building that you have and give you the full program that you want. So while it is slightly more to remodel the existing, it's 4,000 square feet less. So from a percentage perspective, it is, let's say it's 10 to 15% more to remodel an existing versus building new. We were really driving around trying to get the programs to the right size, and so that's what drove the decision to stick with the existing building, with the existing footprint that we have, and then really reuse a lot of those elements structurally to try and benefit the overall budget price. So that's the direction we went on there.
Yeah, that's why I raised the point. Remodeling does cost more than new construction. If I can still continue here.
Still have 2 more questions.
Yeah, I know. Another thing I feel like it caught me off guard a little bit with this discussion from the retreat is maybe our estimated numbers for the netting. I think that's probably more than double from what I originally remembered hearing. I've heard some numbers thrown out tonight, but my recollection is 1.5 to 2 mil, and we're well above that. So I think if I take that out of the equation and I look at the structures, and just trying to break this down into bite-sized pieces here, and how is it affecting our budget, and how did it play into our discussion previously? So I just want to point that out, that I think we way underestimated the netting from day one. I could be wrong. And then I wanted to ask, how does as Mike pointed out, the 1,400 square foot flex space on this slide that's up right now, how does that interact with the outdoor patio space of 3,500 square feet? Is that on the same level? I mean, I'm envisioning this portion of the facility is going to be used when it's not pouring down rain or 2 feet of snow. So can you help me explain, or can you explain that relationship?
Yeah, flex space, outdoor patio, restaurant are all on the same level. Flex space is directly connected to the outdoor patio. So this is where we would probably see some sort of high level indoor-outdoor experience, operable walls or overhead doors or something that opens that flex space directly to the patio. So the 1,400 square feet of interior can be expanded into 4,900 square feet total of event space in interior and exterior blended.
Yeah, well, really just time for one more question, and then we're out of time. Councilmember Kurtz was next.
Well, is it possible to maybe extend by just another 10 minutes? Would the council be agreeable to that? May I make a motion that we extend by 10 more minutes?
Second.
You got a second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, looks like I've got 7 ayes. I'm assuming none opposed. Okay, we got 10 more minutes to start the clock again.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
So, listening to Mr. Kennedy speak about lipstick on a pig and what can we get for $8.4 million, I think I really want to focus us back also on what did the community want? And I understand that, the focus groups were done a few years ago. There's only a finite amount of money. I don't want to burden the citizens with a huge cost, as Councilmember Barrett has said. But I also don't want to spend money just to spend money. And so I just kind of wanted to state that as kind of where I'm at today. And then my other question was kind of refocusing us back on what do we need to do today? What decision, what guidance needs to be given by us tonight so that, the Lisa and her crew and Steve and his crew can move forward. Because I would like to give some guidance if that's where we're at tonight.
Lisa, you want a quick response or do you want to do that at the end?
So again, I think that my understanding is that we really do need direction on basically the budget. We can refine these scopes based upon feedback, but the design team can't move forward with design until we understand what the target budget is. And if the council is willing to, they can continue on the 8.4 million pathway, but it's not the reason why we felt it was so important to talk to you right now before we went any further is precisely because we're not going to be able to deliver what was envisioned for that 8.4 million. So again, they can't move forward with design until we have more of an answer. It may be that, and I'm hearing what council has been saying tonight, it may be worthwhile to schedule a special meeting, a workshop as a special meeting, once we get the information back from Tanner and have maybe a more solid cost information on what the driving range is going to cost, because that was, again, that was the thing that we understood had to happen from a risk management standpoint. We have to do something about the driving range.
Thank you, Lisa. I as you were talking, I was thinking that we actually need to have like almost another retreat from my perspective, in order to make a well-rounded decision. There were numbers, there was data, there was all sorts of information given to us last time. Councilmember Cargill and Councilmember Baird and Councilmember Van Orman, I don't know if they watched at that point, but they were not part of all of the discussions and the decisions. So it almost to me feels like we need to kind of start over, but soon, because there are decisions to be made in order to move forward.
I have a couple more questions and then I'll kind of circle back to what I'm hearing. I think Councilmember Cargill was next and then Councilmember Kennedy.
Councilmember Foyer basically asked the question I was going to ask, but I just want to clarify once again, the parking that, can you go back, Todd, to the original parking slide? First one.
That one.
So this one. So guys, is the parking in the parking that's on the screen now, this reconfiguration, this is or is not included in the 8.4?
This is included in the 8.4. What's not included in the 8.4 is the next slide, and that is the connection between Trailhead and City Hall. So this is really just showing a representative of what could occur at a later date to connect those two pieces with more parking for both facilities. So basically on the north or on the upper part of the slide where the transition where the entrance is, if that's kind of the dividing line, that point to the left is in our budget to align with what we could maximize for spaces, and to the right would be for a future date and not included.
And thank you, because I think that's a very important clarification. And I think Councilmember Foyer asked this question as well, and that is, do we have any ballpark on what this basically to the right parking extension would be? And it doesn't have to be answered tonight, but that would certainly be helpful as well. I mean, if it's going to be, $1 million or whatever that number might be, so that we can, as some of the other council members have suggested, maybe we can take this piece by piece.
Yes, we can provide that.
We've got that as an action item, so I'll go Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the thing I'd like to point out is that once again, I have in front of me this document from May 6th, when we had our retreat. And the estimated cost was for option 1 and option 2. Where these numbers came from was a period of the last year or two of looking at what costs are. And it was estimated $8.8 $8,250,000, 8,400,000 plus. And I don't have a challenge with that plus. I do have a challenge with 2 point some odd million dollars. What was estimated at the time, range of polls was 2.7, is because previously Chris Johnson had put a lot of time and effort into this, a lot of time and effort that I appreciate he did this to be able to come up with that 1.7. Originally, it was 1.2, and then questions were asked and went to 1.5. Additional questions were asked and went to 1.7. So it was not surprising that it's more now. But to answer Council Phil Foyer's question, wherever those numbers came up is what was presented to us. The other thing I want to tag on and finish with is I had a note on this, but what Councilman Kurtz pointed out so well. We have 3 council members that have never been involved in this conversation. Okay, that is 42%. 42%, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 42% of the votes of this council are individuals who were brand spanking new. They weren't around in May. They might have heard some of these things, but they're getting hit with tonight information that they're being asked to make a decision on. If I've been around for as long as I have and other council members have, and I have questions, let's don't rush this. Thank you.
All right, so as the clock's continuing to tick, so given the questions that have come up tonight, knowing that I can't make a motion, but my suggestion would be, if someone would like to make a motion to schedule, since we're not having a Meadow Technology workshop on the 25th, a week from tonight, like we had originally thought, if someone would like to make a motion that we put a special meeting on for the 25th, just for this topic, we have our directors meeting tomorrow morning. We can go through all of the questions, make sure all of the questions that are asked here are answered. Kyle can, sorry, I'm assigning tasks tonight, everybody. Kyle can go through the numbers, the other 2 scenarios, numbers with regards to, we were talking about using REIT dollars to pay for these bonds. What would those options be? I know Chris Johnson has put together several business cases with regards to some of the programming on how some of that might be able to pay for some of the additional costs. We'd like to see that. So those would be my suggestions. If somebody would like to make a motion to schedule a meeting next Tuesday, that would be great.
Mayor,
Yes.
much as I love special meetings. Make a motion to have a special meeting for the topic of trailhead improvement discussion only for next Tuesday
Tuesday the 25th at what
Tuesday, the
time?
25th at 6.
I think that would be.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion was to have a special meeting on the 25th, starting at 6 p.m. and seconded by Councilman Baird. Any discussion or questions? I got Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Cargill.
Madam Mayor, is it possible to have some of the design documents that we got from the group out of Colorado so they can see what we looked at back in the day, whenever it was, and the updated, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I say take that action. We'll go through all of the deliverables tomorrow at the directors meeting.
Okay. I just feel like it's important for that to be presented to everybody in hard copy. I mean, is now not the time to ask that question as we're.
I will add it to the list to bring back on the 25th, so we'll bring those back.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I lost my train of thought. There were some things that I thought that would be important for people to be able to have and look at. So if you guys already have a list, that's great. But just having the same documents that we've had the opportunity to look at so that they can look at those as well and understand kind of how the design process has evolved, to know what the community, some of the focus group stuff, some of the, all that stuff I think is important for them to know, and they don't know what they don't have because they weren't here. So I just want to make sure that they have it so they can look at it. So that they're prepared when we discuss, because it's a lot to look at.
We don't want to recreate the wheel every time you get a new council member, so we need to be careful of that. I've got Councilmember Cargill and Councilmember Baird.
Can I just clarify here, not only for my sake, but I think the community's sake as well. If we hold a special meeting next Tuesday, what is going to be the results of the special meeting?
I would expect the council to give some direction on which path to follow on the 3 options, or hybrid, whenever it comes out of that meeting.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that question is because I hate for us to get into a situation where we schedule a special meeting. And then we all agree that we need to schedule another special meeting because
Yeah.
we all have so many more questions about this. So,
That means some direction.
so just so I understand, and again, the community that's listening understands. At that meeting, we will be deciding basically the direction we're gonna be heading in, and if I understand correctly, if we're going to increase from the 8.4 to option 2, which is the 9.7, or option 3, which is the 11.9, or maybe none of the above. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, Councilmember Baird and then Councilmember Dirks, and then we're gonna move on.
Thank you. I'm sure this is probably on the list, but just in case it's not, is if we could get a breakdown of itemized cost with each of these plans, just so you know, and what I need for that, for instance, is like of the 8.4, X dollars is going to netting, X, you know, just so we can see if we need to add, delete, move things around. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Dirks, and then we'll be wrapping it up.
Totally forgot my question. I'm sorry. I will put my hand down.
That's okay. So I know we talked about a lot tonight.
For you.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
request for our meeting, so it's productive.
Okay, so I was just gonna ask, if everybody could, we've taken notes, our director's meeting is at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. What we'll do from that, we'll send out where we think we are on the deliverables. If you guys could each reply individually, not reply all with what you, if there's something we have missed, we can add that to the checklist and, you know, and go from there. Does that work for everybody?
Well, one question is for our professional team, can they be there next Tuesday?
So
Can be.
Jonathan.
I can.
Yep, great.
Yes.
Yes, we'll be there.
Thank you. And I was originally gonna be out of town for my one business trip a year, but canceled, so good timing. All right, moving on.
Oh, vote on it.
Oh, yeah, we never voted on it. So all in favor of having that special meeting on the 20th? Again, say aye and raise your hand.
Only for Trailhead.
Yes, only for Trailhead. Looks like I got 7 out of 7, just to make sure. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, good discussion though, you guys, really good. All right, the next one shouldn't take too long. Sean, our city attorney, has joined us. Thought this was a good time since we have some new council members and some returning council and a returning council member to just kind of go over guidelines on interaction with staff so we can streamline communications and kind of get the same message out. So Sean, you're up. I saw you somewhere. You had your camera on.
I'm here, Mayor. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, I can see and I can hear you. Thanks.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time, so I've been here since 6, but I appreciate it. You know, initially, I'd like to welcome the new council members and look forward to working with you and in Wendy's case, reworking with you. So welcome. But with regard to new council members in the beginning of the year, it's always a good time to provide some initial information and kind of update current council members about various interactions and processes. And over the course of the next few weeks and into the year, we'll likely have some presentations on various items that include the city's social media policy, Open Public Meetings Act, public records requests. And there's always a learning curve for new council members and the process for how things can be accomplished. Sometimes the thought is you can do some things similar to what you would have in a private sector. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the situation, the public arena has certain requirements that are required to be followed that would not necessarily be a part of the private sector. And sometimes things will arise in smaller cities like Liberty Lake as interaction between council and staff because it's not necessarily as large as other jurisdictions. And as all of you are all aware, the city has a strong mayor form of government where the mayor is, among other things, responsible for the day-to-day operations of the city, including supervising staff, while the city council is responsible for such things as determining the functions and duties of staff, enacting a budget, approving items that come before it, whether that's ordinances, resolutions, contracts, land use decisions, what have you. But in the course of the council's work, certainly information is going to be necessary to make decisions for each of the council members. And sometimes it can be difficult for staff to address council members' questions or requests, depending on the nature of them. And maybe more importantly, it may interfere with staff's ability to conduct their duties, or it may be that other council members have similar questions, but not necessarily is known between the council members. So to ensure that there's kind of a consistent response to inquiries, some things just to be mindful of and to remember in your interaction with staff is try to be cognizant of their schedule and their workload. Maybe look to schedule specific dates and times for meeting with staff members to discuss a particular issue that you may have. Look to have a time frame in which you are looking for a response, rather than maybe I need it right now or I need it as soon as possible, because sometimes that's not very helpful, because there may be others that have said the same thing, or there may be other issues that the mayor or a director has directed staff to provide at a certain point in time. And, look to run any inquiries that you have through the mayor or the city administrator. So there's a consistent communication occurring, and they can facilitate where the information can be gathered and provide a response, not only to the requesting council member, but to all of you, because there's probably a very good chance that other council members are having similar thoughts or similar questions. And remember, it's not a one-size-fits-all circumstance. It's just rather to be aware of your requests and to avoid staff from trying to determine what response they're supposed to provide with mixed or potential mixed messaging on work product when they're receiving direction from the mayor and or requests from council members. So sometimes staff, I think, can be put in difficult positions with answering multiple inquiries, and we want to try to avoid those situations. So staff isn't feeling threatened or concerned if they're not able to respond in a timely fashion. But certainly, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me or give me a call. I'm happy to entertain any questions now. But other than that, Mayor, that's all I have.
Yeah, I would just add real quick, if you have citizen complaints or questions, the best thing to do, just to make sure we get them the right legal, proper technical answer, whatever it might be, is to funnel that again through Jen. Copy me if you want or not. It doesn't matter, but that way she can direct it to the right department to get the right answer. That way we're not guessing. But I know so many times in the past, I used to get the phone calls. Oh, the sprinkler here is off. Like, okay, is that HOA? Is that the school district? Is that the city? I don't know. So channeling those through the same process helps, and it also helps us track what's being asked about. If we hear the same complaint or concern from multiple people, we have one central place where those questions are coming through. We can figure out what level of concern it needs to be, either for that individual or for the city as a whole. And we might want to address it, in a public forum. So that just helps streamline the information. Does you guys have any questions for Sean on that? So it's always good to just kind of go through that. All right. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks.
And I'm going to stay on because I know we've got our next workshop discussion is on in-person council meetings. Councilor had asked to put that on the agenda, and I know there's some things that you're prepared to address as potential concerns. So, Councilmember Cargill, sure.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to bring this forward because there are many other cities and counties around the state that are returning to in-person council meetings with obviously the restrictions that are in place right now in the state. One of the things that I think is important is to make sure that the citizens have access to their council meetings. And I know we have the Zoom access, which is available, but I still think it's important to have an in-person component as well. I think the time has come, as the governor has said repeatedly in his press conferences now over the past month or so, there are likely no more restrictions coming from the state, and that is because they are trusting now the citizens to make an appropriate decision for their own personal health. And we have tools now that are out there to protect the public. We have the vaccine, we have masks, we have everything else that is available. I don't think we should get rid of the Zoom component. I think that's something that is critically important to make sure people still have the opportunity to participate. And if people feel uncomfortable about attending in person, then by all means, I think they should attend on Zoom. But I do think it's important from the perspective of the public to reopen the council chambers. One of my friends is a council member in the city of Yakima. They have reopened their council chambers. I know others as well, the city of Spokane Valley and others have done so. So that is my purpose for bringing this forward. It may mean that we only get 5 people in the room, and that's totally fine. But for the purposes of open government and transparent government, I think we should reopen the council meetings to the public.
Okay. Sean, would it be better for you to address it from the legal standpoint with requirements before we take questions, or do you want to take questions first?
No, I mean, either or. I mean, I don't, certainly from a standpoint of having a meeting, there's nothing that precludes at this point from having a meeting. I think that's just, if there is an in-person meeting, there are a few things that would have to occur in the course of that meeting. I think one, obviously, is there's a face mask requirement for the meeting. And I think the issue is if there is people that would take off their mask, i.e. to speak, I think there's question about what social distancing looks like in that regard. There isn't necessarily an issue for social distancing if everyone is wearing their mask in the context of the city hall chambers, but there is an issue there. And I think probably the biggest issue is what happens in a situation if someone refuses to wear their mask, because there is still a requirement under the governor's proclamation and subsequently under this, excuse me, Secretary of Health's order relative to that. There isn't a lot of case law, as you might suspect, that's addressed this issue because it's a new situation. I think MRSC takes the position that if someone is refusing to wear their mask, you can exclude them from the meeting. But then the question becomes, okay, well, how far extent does that go? Does it just get to the point as if they won't leave? Then the council certainly can take the steps to end the meeting and have the meeting, at a continued at a later date. So those are just some of the questions and things that are in place. There certainly isn't an issue with having remote access and optional. I would agree with Councilmember Cargill, if there is going to be an in-person component, that there still be the remote access available for citizens to participate or watch or be aware of what's going on during the meeting.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem, I know I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a response for what Sean is saying there. Very good point. I just want to point out MRSD, my understanding is that they're advisory to the council. There are a series of attorneys that we can ask questions of, and they come back, correct me if I'm wrong, with advice, interpretation of law and stuff, of which still leaves the decision to this council. Right, wrong, or indifferent, the decision is ours, correct?
Correct. They have just looked at it from the standpoint of jurisdictions around the state, what the governor's proclamation is, what the order is from the Secretary of State with regard to face mask and that issue. But ultimately, the decision is the council's as to what they want to do, because there is no current prohibition on having an in-person component to the meeting, other than, like mask covering, et cetera.
Yeah, my further point is, I think back where Spokane Valley, they've had in-person meetings now for a year. About 4 to 5 months ago, they suddenly opened it up for their citizens to be there. The requirement is a mask. I've often asked, what is the ramifications if somebody's not wearing a mask? Is there a fine? Is there arrest? Things of the sort here. I think what's very important is that I know when I got on the council, even before that, what was put across to me is that whatever AWC says or MRSC, that was an interpretation that was said to me by basically staff, is that, well, that's the guide we go by. No, we don't. They're advisory. That's what we look for in our attorneys, which I think Sean certainly would agree with that, that we hire and involved with MRSC and AWC to give us interpretation of RCWs and stuff. Because without that, we would be floundering. That's why it's so critical for council members to be involved with AWC and MRSC, get the education there so we can do our job. So very good points, Sean. Thank you.
Any other? Councilor
Dan, you have a
Lloyd?
question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I did. I had, I guess, a comment and, well, I guess 2 comments. The first one was, I think part of the reason why we have stuck with the virtual option is because the HVAC system isn't up to date just yet. And that is my recollection. And then once that is up to snuff, the scrubbers are all in and all that. I think that was one of the hesitations with doing the in-person meetings. I think having COVID today, and my family having 4 of 5 of us with COVID today, and noticing that even though the mayor sent out a message to all of us this week that we should be wearing masks, and I can see on camera that several people are not today in the moment, even though the mayor gave that direction, it does make me hesitate to come back in person, because while I tested negative last week for our city council meeting and I could have come in, I didn't. Had I not, I'm glad that I didn't. Had I, you guys would all have COVID. So I just want to point that out there, that while I absolutely want to be back in chambers, I absolutely want to have the choice and the flexibility for our citizens to come in if they would like to, and for our council members to come back in if they would like to. I think having that flexibility in an ever-changing, rapidly ever-changing world, and in a public health crisis is important to me.
Great, thanks. And I think we have Councilmember Follier, then Councilmember Dunn, and then Councilmember Baird.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I look at it as 2-pronged. One, there is value to be in this chambers and see each other eye to eye. To Andy's comments about, I'm not wearing a mask tonight because I'm so far away from everybody else. Everybody's at least 6 feet apart from each other. And my theory is, if you're sick, stay home. Just like you're doing, Andy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. But I pulled out some documentation as well that our attorney probably referred to, the Health Order 20-03.4. Is that correct? Sean, is that what you're referring to as well?
I've got 0.6, but that could be a typo on the information I received. But yes, the same order from 20-03, yes.
It was dated September 24th, and it gives a list of exceptions to the general face covering requirement. It says, while working indoors in areas not generally accessible to the public, when no customers, volunteers, visitors, or non-employees are present, but only if the worker is fully vaccinated against COVID-19, is one of the exceptions per this order 20-03.4. So that's why I say I think this is 2-pronged. We're employees of the city. We're elected employees, but we're employees of the city. When you bring in the public portion of it, now it's a public meeting, then I don't think that paragraph applies. Okay, that's just how I read it. I may be wrong. That's how I read it. And then if you go to, and also for the miscellaneous venues, COVID-19 requirements, right off the health department's website, they have an LI requirements guidance for preventing COVID-19 as of September 13th. It's a brochure that they put out. It says right here, requirements for employers is non-public spaces. Now, again, I guess you have to ask yourself, is this a public space when it's just the council members or employees of the city? It becomes a public space when we invite the public in just to sit right here and observe the council meeting. So that's why I say I think it's 2-pronged. Because it clearly says in areas that are not accessible to the public, employers may allow fully vaccinated employees whose status has been verified by the employer to remove their face covering and mask while indoors. So I guess take it how you want to, take it legally however you want to, personally however you want to. Everybody's different, and I respect that. I have no issues with that. But I value coming here for a council meeting, and I hate the mask, to be honest with you. I don't like wearing it. But that's just me. I'm just 1 of 7. 8, sorry, Todd.
As Todd sits quietly in the back with his hands up. I think we have Councilmember Dunn, then Baird, then Cargill, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey,
Dan.
thank you. Quick question and reflecting on Councilmember Kurtz's observation. Maybe Jen Camp, can you recount what the HVAC initiative at the city was about? Can you quickly just retread that?
Well, originally it was for the recommendations and requirements related to COVID and the upgrades and updates in the HVAC systems. I think that some of those guidelines have loosened, as stated previously. Since then, they were a lot tighter a few months ago and even a year ago. But we don't have a lot of those same guidelines now, but we're already into the HVAC system. So we're finishing that out. It needed to be upgraded anyhow.
Thanks. That's my recount as well, that specifically circulation and air movement inside the city hall was deficient, and especially in the perception of public health. So personally, I just would want to see at least the objectives of the city for HVAC renewal to be completed before we consider public meetings in the space.
Thank you, Dan. Councilmember Baird, then Cargill.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely appreciate this conversation coming through. I think it is crucial for folks to have the option to join virtually or in person. I think that that goes towards civic engagement. It goes toward participating in your government. So anything we can do to expedite getting the public back into chambers at their choice is essential. With respect to Councilmember Kurtz's and Dunn's comment regarding HVAC, and I appreciate the sort of the history of those guidelines, Jen, as well. You know, we have our city staff working here every day with our current HVAC. And while it may not be ideal, unfinished, it's sufficient, especially with there not being anything in any of the mandates requiring HVAC anything. So I personally see that as a non-issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cardinal.
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification as to what I was mentioning earlier, and that is that I don't think that there is anything that any of us are saying tonight that says any one of us has to be here, or that all of the city staff has to be in this room either. I would just suggest that if we are going to hold meetings, they should be public and people should be able to attend in person. Now, that being said, if I was not feeling well, I would attend the meeting via Zoom. And I would hope all the other council members, like Councilmember Kurtz has said, would attend the meeting via Zoom. Likewise, I would hope that we all as a community would look out for each other and make sure that if you are sick or you are not feeling well, that you do not come to the meeting in person. I'll just finish with this. You know, the legislature has shut out the public now for 2 years in a row, not allowing them to even come and witness from 300 feet in the air or however tall the seats are in the building, in the main chambers. And Senator Reuben Carlisle, who is a senator from Seattle, said a couple of weeks ago on his Twitter feed, and I agree with it, there is no more danger in sending our kids to school than there is in holding an open public meeting with perhaps 5 or 10 people of the public coming. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but basically he said, if we are going to keep our schools open, we should at least keep our government institutions open as well. And I agree with that, but again, I would just urge that if we do this, that if you are feeling sick or ill or not well, stay home, but get the community back in this chamber.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Van Orman, then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thanks for everybody's comments tonight. I've not changed my opinion on this since day one, that the sooner we can get everybody back in here is advantageous to us. I understand the heating, air conditioning, and filtration system was a concern. We postponed it to be able to spend some money with that. That to me was somewhat of a light issue, because I completely agree with Councilman Barrett saying, if that was such an issue, we should not have allowed our citizens to be back in here. Now, since day one, I have always been a supporter of Zoom. I have said repeatedly over and over again, I want us to continue with Zoom. And I've also said that if a council member is not comfortable because of health reasons or whatever, then attend by Zoom. And if you feel comfortable enough to come here, then come here. My recommendation would be, I would not make a motion. I would refer to Councilman Cargill, because he brought this up. I would just throw out for consideration is that to consider what Spokane Valley. They opened up their meetings for the council to be back in. And I'm thinking February 1 when our next meeting comes out. But don't open it up initially for the citizens. Let's give that a period of time. If it was a few weeks or whatever the case may be on it. Traditionally, what happens in these chambers is this. We could get anywhere between 15, 20, or 25 people in here. Statistically, we will have anywhere between 2 to 5 citizens who are in here that aren't related to having to be here. Since we've been on Zoom, I've kept track religiously every meeting. How many people do we have on Zoom at 6 o'clock? How many people do we have on at 7 o'clock? Sometimes the numbers have increased, but when you take off everybody who has to be here, all the staff, which they're none in the room except Todd, they're in their respective rooms, which we can continue on that capacity. How many people have on the average is on our meetings that are here because they really want to know what's going on? It ranges between 2 to 6. So although Zoom is great, I want to keep it. Has it increased usage? No, but it has increased the possibility where some individuals could be involved. I would throw out for consideration is that we shoot to open this up by a certain date and then give some consideration before we open up to the public, because by then we're going to have the heating, air conditioning system, filtration, everything done.
Okay, we've got Councilmember Vanderman and then Councilmember Kurtz first.
Well, first I want to say Councilmember Kurtz, Skid Wilson, been there, done it. And if you're wondering how come I'm not wearing my mask, good majority of the time I clear out a room because I've got asthma. So wearing a mask sometimes is difficult. So visors will come in very handy. Yeah. I agree with everything that's been said around this dais. It's great to have the public back hearing exactly what is going on in their city. It's also great to be able to have recordings on Zoom that we didn't have the capacity of back 10 years ago. So while I am really glad to be sitting in this chair after 10 years, almost to the day, I think that this council and what you guys have done just in the few meetings that I caught myself up on, I am so proud to be part of you. So thank you. And get better soon. And
Councilmember Kurtz, we had you up again.
Thank you, Councilmember Van Orman. Mayor, it sounds like we've also had a number of staff who have tested positive and been out lately, and I'm understanding the library, part of the reason that they are shut down and doing curbside service is also due to COVID, if I'm correct in that. I'm seeing some nodding. So while I would love to have the public back in the meeting rooms, I would support that once the HVAC is up and running. And then also if there are some guidelines around the health piece. I mean, I have not gone into meetings knowing that I need to wear a mask because I don't want to wear a mask for 4 hours. I respect wearing them, absolutely, but it's a long time to do that. I appreciate the camaraderie in a meeting and I miss that greatly. But I also just want to make sure that we don't get so focused on setting a date that we are insensitive to a surge in COVID that's going on right now. So I would ask us to be respectful of that as we move forward and make a decision.
Follow up for Sean and then, so Sean, I know when you and I were kind of going through this a little bit yesterday, you had brought up if we say we run out of room in council chambers for some reason, don't we have to have a place somewhere else in the building for somebody to be able to access the meeting remotely here at City Hall, or did I misunderstand that?
It's just making sure that if there's attendance and there's a physical component, that they have the ability to attend. So for example, if the city council chambers were overflowing, you couldn't stick them in another conference room if they didn't have access to the meeting. So they need to be able to attend at the physical location and have access to the meeting. So you couldn't say, for example, stick them in the room across from the council chambers and there's no ability to determine what's going on in the meeting, listen to the meeting, participate in the meeting.
So do you see that as a challenge going forward? I know historically it has not been. We have had several meetings over the last 12 years where we have had standing room only, but at this point, I don't think we have anything so hot that I don't anticipate that happening.
I would suspect with still having the Zoom component, that probably would not be an issue.
Councilmember Cargill.
Thank you. I'm just going to mention that we have a great setup in here, and I'm just going to move my computer up. You can see that we've purchased these very nice pieces of equipment called owls, which we also have in my office, that allows everyone to watch what's happening, and we can hear council members Kurtz and Dunn quite well in this room, which leads me to believe that if some members of the public were in this room as well, there would not be a problem if some of the council members or the city staff were not in this room. We have three 50-inch monitors that are in this room that provide some nice views. So I would like to make a motion that we reopen the meetings to the public by, I believe at the last, let me just rephrase this. I believe at the last meeting we had, we were told that the HVAC system would be done by the end of the month. That was the update. I remember Councilmember Kennedy asked that question. So I would like to make a motion that we reopen the February 15th meeting and beyond to the public.
We have a second.
I'll second.
We have a second from Councilmember Baird. Further discussion or questions? Councilmember Dunn.
To be very clear, to assert a date, the 15th, for example, is to imply that there are no restrictions or instructions to the community regarding how or when, what to do when you attend. Is that your intention?
Absolutely not. I think Sean made it clear that if we're going to have a public meeting, we have to have restrictions in place, such as the mask requirement. So my contention is that the 15th be the day that we reopen to the public, but the city hall requirements that you see pasted on the front door remain in place, whether it's the city council meeting or whether you're coming in to pay a bill.
So I'll draw an extension of that. We recognize this square foot area of the council chamber. Kennedy so artfully described that earlier. I think by the standards of social distancing, that would significantly limit the number of people who are allowed. Let's do a rough estimate. It's more than 5 people, Mike, come on. But to be clear, I want to introduce how if, for example, 5 people had arrived, what do we tell the 6th person? I want to be clear, we will have to bar them from entry. We will not allow someone to admit through the council meeting if the chambers are full. And it's pretty limited right now. Are we prepared to accept that?
Mayor, if I may interject, Dan, if there's going to be an open in physical component, you cannot bar somebody from entering the meeting unless they potentially would not be adhering to the mask requirement.
So to paraphrase Sean, shoulder to shoulder is what we would accept and have to accept, so to speak, to engage.
Potentially, if there were enough people, yes, but you can't preclude someone from coming to an open public meeting if it's an open meeting.
Okay, grateful for the clarification. I'm just trying to recognize what the, the conditions are that we would be introducing to people to, should we choose to take this action. So.
Yeah, certainly. As I mentioned, the mask requirement would be one. So if someone wanted to come to a meeting and not wear a mask, then that is a basis that you could exclude some, but otherwise that there wouldn't be another reason to say you cannot come into a meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Kurtz, then Councilmember Follier.
I guess I was wondering, based on Mike's estimates earlier, what with the social distancing, I think that's outlined by, is it the health department? How many people are recommended or should be in the space that's, I think, about 1,000 square feet? Is anybody better at math? With the 6 feet of social distancing, is that still required, or was there some?
I believe the social distance is still required as long as your mask, correct, Sean?
So there isn't a social distancing requirement. However, there is potentially if you are having people that are removing their mask and speaking, and they would potentially be next to someone, then you would have that component attached to it. So if you put the podium, for example, over by the fireplace, you would need to probably, and they would take their mask off, you would probably need to socially distance seating to make sure that you didn't have an issue there, because they would be taking their mask off to potentially speak if they did.
Okay. And then the city council members would all be required to wear their mask for the duration of the meeting because it is a public meeting, or not be social distance. Is that accurate?
They would, everybody that would be attending the meeting would be required to wear a mask. That's the requirement for an indoor component. They could take it off certainly if they were speaking. And in that case, then to be distance amongst themselves, just like the public would.
Thank you.
And that Councilmember Follier, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. Maybe not such big steps. Just a thought. How about this? Let's get our council members back in here as employees of the city and still allow the Zoom for our citizens, of course. I think there's value in using the chambers for awards, for new hires, for those types of events, when it's small groups of people in this room. But before, for me, I think before I would want to make any decision, I would love to hear from the 2 to the 6 that are diehards about joining us every Tuesday, twice a month. And see how important it is for them, because in my mind, I'm guessing the Zoom thing is pretty convenient. So maybe it's a non-issue, when we're just trying to fix something that doesn't need attention. I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
I will say to your, real quick, to your point, before we get back to Mayor Pro Tem, is we pretty much are there with the council being here. You know, I think Councilmember Kurtz would be here if she was well. Councilmember Dunn, he's been here for a couple. So I think we're really there with the council. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 here. So the question is, we've got a motion on the floor with regards to opening back up to the public on the 15th. I just want to kind of point that out, that we're kind of there already with the council. Mayor Pro Tem, you are next.
Look at this as twofold. One, first, to get the council back in here. Secondly, get the public in here. Studying where we're talking about, the emphasis is on the public, which I think is important. But just instead of assuming, we have 7 elected officials in this room right now. 6. I can count 6. I'd recommend we put it to a vote to do that as a council, because every time the mayor reads in here, we've chosen the council. The council was chosen not to have open in-person components. So to change that, we have to have a vote of in-person component of the council. And then I think secondly, to move on to, for me, at what point to allow the citizens in. So we do have a motion.
Yeah. So the motion on the floor is to open meetings to the public starting February 15th. So I think we pretty much ran through everybody for comments. So I'll go ahead and take a vote on that. So again, we'll need hands, since I'm trying to manage in person and remote. I want to make sure I capture everybody. So those in favor of opening our council meetings to the public to attend in person at starting February 15th, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, hold them up.
Even though that.
And okay, so I have, just to make sure, I've got Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Cargill, Councilmember Barrett, and Councilmember Van Orman. And those opposed? Councilmember Follier, Councilmember Kurtz, Councilmember Dunn. Okay, it looks like the ayes have it. We have 4 to 3, so it looks like we will start with our in-person meetings for the public. As of February 15th, we will work with Sean and everybody to make sure that the guidelines are well posted and well communicated to the public on what those guidelines are. Mayor Pro Tem.
Point of order on it,
Yes.
or actually for clarification.
Yes.
So we're talking about the 15th, whatever it is. So we have a meeting coming up on February 1st. And then a special meeting this next week. Is the council going to be back in here?
be a charming, we're encouraging it.
Right, and I think the reason why I chose the 15th was to give the extra time in case the HVAC system, again, they told us in the last meeting it's supposed to be done by the end of the month. Let's say it takes another week or two, that gives us a little bit of breather to get to the 15th. You know, I would encourage everybody to attend in person. However, I know that there are some people who are nervous about it and have underlying health conditions. And, you know, I don't mean this to say you have to be at the meeting. I just want to give the public, and that was my intent, give the public the option to attend in person if they so choose.
So the assumption is moving ahead is that includes the council.
If they so choose.
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we got, looks like Councilmember Kurtz has her hand up real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Mike, your intent was about getting the council back in chambers before the public, we lost that opportunity because we voted on getting the public back. I'm not feeling compelled unless there's strict standards for in-person meetings. I don't want to be sick again. I've had COVID twice. I've been vaccinated. I've been boosted. I've done all of that. And I think, I know the vote's been done. Democracy has spoken here, but I think it is unwise, and it's unwise to open stuff back up to the public when we're in the middle of a surge of Omicron and our hospitals are overloaded. The vote's been done, and I respect that, but it's disappointing not to take that stuff into account. So I will figure out if I'm going to attend in person, but the first person that is not wearing a mask, man, I'm out. I have to say that. It's just, yeah.
All right, so moving on, we we're on to workshop what used to be E, now I guess is D, moving forward, city administrator process. I know Mayor Pro Tem had asked for this to be put on there, but I would like to just kind of start off with a statement of my own. Based on concerns raised by the council in executive session and subsequent follow-up, I am prepared to withdraw my conditional offer made to Mr. Myers so we can start the search over for a city administrator through a recruiting firm if that's what the council so chooses. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the comments. I believe where we are is that, I believe where we are based on our last meeting is it was not what came up in the executive session or after that. It really is what happened prior to that. The process and procedure is, which we've done 10 years ago with Katie, and what we did less than 2 years ago with the police chief, is that we open it up for applications. The mayor, and at the time we have an HR now, takes these applications, looks at them, and the mayor has the choice for an RCW, and I support that 100%, to make the choice of who she feels, he or she, as mayor, wants to have there. But then it also goes to the council, has to confirm that. So my interpretation has been very simple, is that all 8 individuals have to be on the same page. The only way we can do that is that the council has to be able to see all applications that come in and not blacked out on selected information. We have to have the same information that other cities such as Spokane Valley has, where everything is given to the council. And then as it comes down to, if the mayor chooses to have 3 or 4 individuals, which I support that, is that the council also sees what those individuals are. Because then we can see as along the process how we're going to vote. Because if we don't have the same information, how can we say, yes, we believe you're making the right choice? Well, the process in the past has been that, one, we get citizen groups involved, which I'm totally supportive of that to some degree, but I'm supportive of that. We did that with Katie 10 years ago. We did that with the police officer for less than 2 years ago. We were going to do that with this situation also. So what happened is that we had 12 or 14 applications. I'm not sure what it was because I was never privy to that. What it came down to, I believe that there was 4 applications. I was not privy to that. Then it came down to 3 applications, and I don't think I was privy to that. But then it came down to 2 applications, of which I was privy to that, because other council members were. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that when I saw those, is that when there was an open house, to be able to meet 2 of the candidates. And the idea was that the council, we would do exactly what we've done in the past with meetings such as the citizens would have. Because by getting citizens involved, we're asking them is that these are the people that we're interested in. Give us your input because we want you involved. Your advice is important to us because we have to make that decision. But to do so, the council has to be in at all of these levels. But what happened in this scenario, the council was eliminated. We were not included in that. We had discussions about that. And what was brought up by our mayor was, well, this is how we did it with Katie. And in one of our previous meetings, I pointed out that that's incorrect because two of the council members, Shane Brickner and another council member was on the committee that saw these applications. So the challenge is it creates confusion. And what's important, it creates confusion with the public because that's who we work for. We really work for them. We're all citizens and we have a right to express our opinion. But when you're elected by the citizens, now we're in a different group. We all have to be on the same page. So what happened is that what was said, well, we went from 4, we went from 3, we went to 2. And the request was, well, let's have a Zoom meeting the same as the citizens had. And the decision was made by the mayors that no, we weren't going to do that. Now what we're going to have an open house between 4 and 7. We'll have those final 2 individuals there, and the council can show up at that time along with the citizens. Any citizen wants to come forward, and we can ask them questions. And we were given a questionnaire to fill out on what we felt was strong about these individuals. That is absolutely impossible to do in that environment. Not all individuals were able to attend that. One of the council members who happened to be in Florida at the time on family issue had made arrangements to be on a Zoom meeting because we were going to have a Zoom meeting like all the other citizens had to be able to have this information. Then it came back that the mayor, in yours and my conversation, was upset because the council did not fill out the information on what we thought of the 2 candidates. Well, the challenge was we didn't have participation of everybody there. And the challenge was that if I was to stand there and ask either one of these individuals a question, if I didn't get the same answer or same question, I could ask them that all the citizens gave, who were given input. So then we get to the point, once again, it causes confusion. And for the council and the mayor, we really work together pretty darn well. When you especially look at other cities, we really do. We honestly God do, trying to work things out. So then it came down to the point that when we requested to have a Zoom meeting, as it turned out, the mayor had already made an offer to the one individual for the job. That eliminated the second individual. So if you think about it, we could not have a Zoom meeting. The only time we were able to have a Zoom meeting is our last meeting at 6 o'clock, which I do appreciate that. At least we got that done. And what came up is that public information was found out before that Zoom meeting, which quite honestly tainted. I'll have to be careful, I guess, with the words. Sean will jump in. Tainted the process because certain information was not given to the citizens for that individual for qualifications. And then subsequently to that, after the information we found out 4 days after that, this individual had a further challenge with the city that he worked for. Now, when we found that out, we started looking at each other saying, how can we move forward? How can we move forward when we're not given pertinent information, which is public knowledge? Public knowledge that anybody can Zoom the person who we were going to vote on 2 weeks ago, because it was on the agenda. We're going to vote on that individual, which I was preferred to say yes, best qualified, based on what I have seen. But because we weren't given all the information, I believe it put at least me in a position that is difficult for me to move forward. I can't speak for the rest of the council, but for me, I had difficulty moving forward. And what has happened in the last 2 week period of time is that there's a lot of confusion. We had citizens suddenly calling saying, why didn't you vote on the individual? Unfortunately, the motion was to take it off 2 weeks ago to allow for our 7th member to be on. Less chance of having a split vote. So I think that was very supportive. So now we're sitting here that I appreciate the mayor coming forward. We talked yesterday and This was her idea, and I support that. I think it's a great idea that she wants to do that. But how do we move forward? The challenge with it, when something happens, no one wants to be embarrassed, but stuff happens. We're all, because of inexperience or what have you, we make bad decisions. But the important thing is to recognize that so we can all move forward. In my opinion, we cannot move forward under the present process. So I think we have to rewind it based on the mayor's recommendation. I think that allows us that everything is null and void to this point. How do we move forward? My recommendation would be, because in my opinion, only my opinion, which I'm sure social media out there is already texting back and forth, because some of them are so good at being keyboard bullies that this is an attack on any individual. It is not that an attack. This is what reality is that got us to the point we are. Now, how do we move forward? I believe we still need to have the same process where the mayor has the right to pick who he or she wants. I support that. That's RCW. But I also support that the council has the right to choose on that. The council, you can read on the wall, what's right over here, is tasked for one thing. The council makes all laws, rules, and regulations, ordinances, policies, and procedures. If there's not one, who do you go to? Council. Because then it also says in our CWs that when the council sets all those rules and regulations, it's the responsibility of the mayor and the staff to carry them out, not create new policy and procedures. My recommendation is that moving forward, we seriously look at, and I think we should take a vote tonight to look at an executive recruiter to move forward in this. The benefit to the executive recruiter is this. A lot of companies use them. I've used them in the past very successfully. The benefit is that they specialize strictly in what we're looking at. The benefit is that we've just gone through an election here. A lot of individuals who were moving from one city to the next has already gotten a job. These executive recruiters have applications of qualified individuals already that maybe were second or third in their city and they weren't able to move up to that position, but they still are qualified. The benefit is there are costs to that. Now, some may look at this and say, well, hold it. If that's going to cost us 2 months' wages, that's a lot of money. Let me ask you this. How much do you think that we've piddled away in the last couple of months to lead us to the point we are tonight? Whatever the dollar amount is incidental on the responsibility we have as citizens. So by moving ahead with one of those companies that I think we can move ahead, we can allow the mayor to make the decision with the RCWs that require that, and the council to move forward. That would be my recommendation.
And I would like to add, to avoid similar issues in the future with regards to there is no process. It's kind of been his, this is how I've done it in the past. So like Mayor Pro Tem said, how do you enforce a process that doesn't exist? I would ask the council to take that up and put together a process. This is how we think the interview processes should go, and you guys go through it. I can't get over
I still have the floor if I may.
Well, she had her.
Yeah, I haven't had that.
Councilmember Van Orman.
Thank you.
I guess since I am the one that's coming back after 10 years, having a little bit of the history. The reason why we put confirmation for council to begin with is for key players in your city. I think it was a great one to put in to begin with, and I'm glad that it's still holding today. As for going out and having a process, yes, we've had several processes that I used for Katie, for instance. You do go out to people like Procman, Waldron, or you can even go to AWC with their list of city administrators. The process is pretty, streamlined. They even have people come in and help you during that intern before the new one comes in. We did that when we first became city. So the process has been repeated a few times.
Well, I'm talking about the interview process part of it.
Yep, and the interview process is really important. Reason why you have buy-in from the council, not only because you've got confirmation, but because you want that buy-in. We're a team. We're a team of not just 7 council members and the mayor. We have 8 of us to make a huge decision, and we want to be able to help back you up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The mayor and I have had many conversations, so rest assured, I'm sure as we move forward, it's going to be in writing. But I'm also want to point out, there are many things that are not in writing, that common sense will prevail. And also less than 2 years ago, we already had the process in place, how we collect, we hired a police chief. And Katie prior to that, that was not in writing, but it was very obvious how we move forward. So if we take the attitude, and this is not what we're taking, we take the attitude is that everything has to be in writing, we will never get anything done. Never. When we set a precedent that how we've hired in the past, that to me is how we move forward. Now, for clarification, trust me on this, it will be in writing. And the reason, the benefit is that, so it doesn't put the mayor or any council member in this position again. Right? But to move forward, we have to identify what errors we made and how we can move forward from there. The important thing is this, that we stop the bleeding and then we move forward. I think it's most unfortunate that for some of these individuals that apply, that has gone to this. But I said to somebody earlier today, I'm excited about this meeting tonight. I'm excited about this discussion. Why? Is because we're moving forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Any other, I see Councilmember Kurtz, and I am just watching the time. We do have a lot of council business as well. So go ahead, Councilmember Kurtz.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to, I guess, respond to a little bit of what Councilmember Kennedy said. I know that there was some suggestion of identifying, or the council identifying, some sort of specific system or whatever. I can't even think of the words, but I don't want to do that. I would like the mayor's office to be able to use the most and best available system for candidate selection and recruitment that's available. As far as having a process that's lined out, I think proposing something to the council or letting the council know, I think that was the rub last time. Personally, I don't feel like we have to approve the process. I would leave that process to the CEO of the city, the mayor. But I think that being included in the process and having an understanding of the candidates is important. So the more the council can be involved in that, so that we feel comfortable with the confirmation, I think that would be where I'd be coming from.
Councilmember Cargill.
Thanks, Mayor. The system works best, as we all know, when there are checks and balances. When the legislative branch is checking the executive branch, and when the executive branch is getting checked by the judicial branch and so on. I agree with Councilmember Kurtz and Councilmember Kennedy. I might take a slightly different view than Councilmember Kennedy. I think the executive branch should have, in this case, the mayor, should have the ability to select who he or she wants to serve in that position. But the legislative branch is supposed to be the branch that signs off on the confirmation of these individuals. And I can't make a decision on the confirmation of an individual if I don't have the information I need to make a decision on the confirmation of an individual. And I agree with what Councilmember Kurtz was saying. I think that's where the process kind of went sideways. This choice is up to the mayor. The mayor gets to make this choice. The council gets to confirm the choice. But that check and balance can only work if the council has all the information it needs. And I feel like in this particular situation, the council did not have all the information. Heck, I hadn't even seen a copy of the contract that we were supposed to approve that night. I know it was still in the works, but I had not seen a copy of that contract until after that. So I think that's where the process kind of went sideways here. And I don't necessarily support a system where the council has to look over the mayor's shoulders and decide, hey, the mayor has to do this, the mayor has to do that. I value being informed on the process because obviously we're gonna have to make a decision on who this person is and whether they're gonna be confirmed. But in this particular circumstance, we can only make that decision if we have all the facts. And I didn't feel like we had all the facts this time.
So I guess my question to you guys is, and we don't need a motion or anything, but would you like us to bring back to you guys, some potential recruiters and the costs involved? So we can discuss and decide who we're gonna use. Unless I hear any opposition to that, we'll take that action, and bring it back. Yes.
And I appreciate your comment, I really do. And I said it quite some time ago, I think we should exhaust all avenues, all sources to reach out to qualified candidates. And I agree, that's all you in how you get there, or just keep us informed.
Yeah.
So the more the merrier. I don't know if you hire this executive company and they're like, if we're not the only ones, then we're out. I don't know any of that kind of stuff, but
We'll have to look into the costs, and that's what we would have to bring back to you guys.
I certainly would entertain that for sure, yes.
Yeah, I would agree, that it's really, to me, not up to the council to tell you how to go about the search. Because I think that's, again, intruding on those checks and balances, but I do agree that being kept in the loop, especially on these sensitive issues, would be important.
Right. All right, we'll have something. Oh, you guys, remember time.
Yeah, to finalize, at least I'd like to finalize, and I really want to make this clear, because I think maybe something you said that you didn't really hear me say, is that I support RCWs.
Yeah.
That says the mayor makes the decision. How that's done is not specified in RCW. Where it's specified is that who makes the rules, regulations, ordinance, and policy and procedures. That's the council.
Right.
So the council is in the position to be able to say, this, yes, is how you're going to do it, and not how you're going to do it. And that's why I strongly recommend for council members to get involved with AWC, get involved with MRSC, because right now, some decisions and comments are being made on what you think it is. In reality, is what the rules and regulations are, and interpretation of that is. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I think we have workshops, take a deep breath. And we got general business. I'm already looking at the clock, it's 9:20, we may need to ask for a motion to extend later, but we're 40 minutes away from that. Mayor Pro Tem, you're on.
Very good, exciting, moving on. Everybody who's at home looking at this saying, oh my gosh, now we're getting into this stuff. Be quiet, Susan. Yeah. I'm sure some people are saying that, but this is the people's business. And we're here to do that business, and it has to be done and done properly. Thank you, Mayor. General business consent agenda motion. Motion to approve the January 4th, 2022 city council meeting minutes. Item 2, approve the January 11th, 2022 special city council meeting minutes. Item 3, approve the December 30th, 2021 vouchers, January 18th, 2022 vouchers, and the December payroll and benefits in the amount of $750,000, $750,051.71.
Thank you. Second from Councilmember Follier. Any discussion or questions on our action item, on our consent agenda? Not seeing any, all in favor, please say aye and raise your hand for me. Aye. Councilmember Follier?
Aye.
Okay, I got 7 out of 7. Any opposed, just to make sure? All right, ayes have it, 7-0. Thank you. Action item.
Moving on. Action item 1. Motion strictly is selection of mayor pro tem.
So this one is actually spelled out fairly well in our council rules and procedures. So just a reminder. So for mayor pro tem, we take nominations in seconds from the floor. Discussion if needed, and then the council votes on whoever was nominated first, and the first one to get 4 votes is then deemed Mayor Pro Tem. We will get the additional, if the first 4 come through or 5, we will still take the votes from the other council members just for the record. So with that, I open the floor for nominations.
We want to have some discussion prior to nominations, Mayor, on this process, I guess, since it's,
So it's pretty well documented in the council rules of procedure.
well, I'll jump in. I guess, and I'll make a motion then if that's the way you're going to roll. I'm going to nominate my candidate as Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we have a second? We have a nomination.
And
You're looking for a second here. Okay, so we have a nomination. Second by Councilmember Cargill for Mike Kennedy for Mayor Pro Tem. So
so this is not technically a motion, it's a
you're nominating, yeah,
nominating.
but we still need the second, so treats.
I understand, but I guess part of the discussion of this process is just to call out, I guess, or point out the value of this position and who does it, who has the time to do it, how engaged they allow themselves to be or not allow themselves to be. In my mind, it's like the conduit between the council.
Process. And then we'll go through multiple.
Well, okay, so that's, the reason why I rolled right into that was I made a motion for discussion. And that was the reason why I voted against having this discussion in the workshop, is so we could have a discussion about the motion of the candidate. So I guess you could do the same thing with the next one. So go ahead.
Yeah, so well, again, it's laid out in the council procedure that we redid last year. So we call for the nominations. And after we're done with the nomination process,
Right.
then we do the discussion.
But
Yes. Okay, floor is still open for any additional nominations for Mayor Pro Tem. And I see Councilmember Dunn's hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would nominate Councilmember Van Orman if she would accept the nomination.
I would not at this time, but thank you.
All right. Any other nominations from the floor? You can nominate yourself. Just so you know, it's been done. It's just been done.
Madam Mayor,
That's fine.
I nominate Dan Dunn.
Do we have any seconds?
I would second Dan Dunn.
Okay, we have a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Assuming you accept that nomination, Councilmember Dunn.
I'll accept the nomination.
All right, we have 2 nominations and 2 seconds on the floor. Are there any other nominations? Okay, so we have 2 nominations. Now comes discussion about
yeah,
what's important about Bill or Chris feels or somebody else feels is important about the role. And
just to finish my comment, me, I think it's not in writing, and I understand, because we just went through resolution 12, but for me, that the person in that position is somewhat the conduit between the council and the mayor. And I appreciate how Mike has approached that in the last 2 years, and I would just like to see more of it, because I think that's what keeps, as Wendy said earlier, I think that's what keeps us together as a group in thinking on moving forward in our thought processes and allow us to work together a little bit more without confrontation. How about that? So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
appreciate your thoughts. Anybody else's comments, either in support of either candidate, in support of yourself? You've been doing the job for a couple of years, Mike. I'd like to kind of hear your background, and I served as well. It's been quite a while, for 2 years. And it's morphed a little bit, depending on who the mayor is. But what kind of involvement you have had in addition to our weekly meetings, obviously.
Well, as you know, and a lot of people know, there's a lot of involvement with it. I'm in favor of anybody who's willing to step forward. Dan, I'm in bed with you in the sense that my choice was going to be Wendy Van Orman. But I already knew what that was going to be. I was pleased that 2 years ago, it was looked at, is it came down to I had the time, the effort, we'll be able to do this. I'm very pleased I was able to do it for 2 years. I have no challenge with somebody else stepping up to do it. None whatsoever. Absolutely none whatsoever. But what it comes down to is that what is the job? In our rules and regulation, all it says is that, well, you step in if the mayor can't perform the mayor's duties. Well, what is that? And there's a lot to it that I think some individuals don't realize. That since I've been around, and I know that our mayor was mayor pro tem for 2 years. Shane Brickton was for 4 years. Prior to that, we had Odin Langford. And also I look back and realized that there was never that connection in meetings between the mayor pro tem and the mayor. Since Chris has become mayor and I was mayor pro tem, we've dedicated ourselves, put everything aside and work for the benefit of the citizens. And we've scheduled to meet every single Monday. And I think in the year, we probably missed maybe 5, if that, but some of those we try to make up another time. So there's a commitment that is there. There's also a commitment that you're meeting at least twice a month with the administrator, looking at the agenda, things of that sort there. And one of the critical things that I found in that position is that really keeping track of the to be determined. Because what has happened in the past, and it happens quite a bit, the council will say, gee, we would like to have this brought up. Can you get the information to us? They say, yes, we'll get back to you the next meeting. Something comes up with staff, it doesn't happen. The mayor pro tem is able to work with the administrator to make sure that that gets put on. Then it comes down to what is the responsibility of the mayor pro tem if the mayor can't show up for a meeting? Well, the importance there is you have to start showing up for meetings even while the mayor is there. Why? You need to have a working knowledge of what you're stepping into. You cannot be a second, or such as this last Friday, when the mayor was not able to attend in person, but she was able to attend on phone. I forgot about that. And she needs to turn to somebody who can relay the information of the city. That can only happen if you're involved. So I'm here to tell you, there's a time commitment. And 2 years ago, the vote went for one reason only. And this was amazing to me. It came down to, well, who's got the time? You know what was not discussed? Who's qualified? I remember it very well. Moving forward, for Dan and I hope that what we look at when it comes to a vote is that one who has the time, but also who's put in the time and effort to do that. One thing you hear me say a lot, and it's annoying to some individuals, get involved with AWC, get involved with MRSC. Okay? In my first 2 years on the council, I obtained the highest recognition from AWC for the advanced training. That takes 60 credits. I've got close to 130 now and continue to do everything I can to be educated to do this job. So what I have said to some of you individuals, knowing this was going to come up, where a comment was made, do you want to do it again? My comment to every one of you who asked that was this: I'm not asking for your support. I'm asking what you do is you look at the qualifications. Who's had the training, who puts himself out for the training, and who goes to the meetings. In COVID, over the last 2 years, I rarely ever missed a meeting. GSI, I've cut back on those. The Spokane Valley Chamber, I'm a religious attendee of Spokane Valley Chamber. And why is it, what's critical there is that they have over 600 members and they all have one thing in common. They own businesses or they work for businesses. One thing we don't have in this town is an economic development organization, except council. We are the economic development on it. So it's imperative that we as elected officials get involved with these organizations. Because if we encourage them to come to this town and have their business here, there's less chance that we have to go back to the consumers to say, you know what, we're gonna have to raise your taxes. If somebody else wants to run with this and they got the time and effort, and you want to put them in that position, man, I'm right on target. Gives the majority rules here. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Kurtz. That's all you try to raise your hand. You nominate Councilmember Dunn, so I think I might speak to that.
Well, I always like to have the opportunity to have a choice. I think that Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy has done an excellent job. I understand the job to be a 2-year commitment and would like to have the opportunity, if there's somebody else who's interested in in being mayor pro tem. I did not speak to Dan before this, so it might have been a surprise, my nomination of him. But I didn't see anybody else raise their hand either to nominate themselves. And so I think that in speaking directly in support of Dan or in support of his nomination, he's been a council member for a long time. I think he asks good questions. I think that he is connected to other people on the council. He's connected to the community. And he's just very thoughtful about Liberty Lake in general. And I think he'd be a good mayor pro tem.
Thank you.
Wow.
Councilmember Dunn, any words?
Very kind. Grateful for the nomination. Honored by the nomination. I stand prepared to run the city's meetings in the absence of the mayor and fulfill the duties of the mayor pro tem. I value the experience that I bring to it and would look forward to the ability to serve. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to make any comments or have any questions of our two nominees? Councilmember Norman.
First of all, I think we've got two great candidates. Sure thing. I think the one thing that I foresee of my two that I had, during the time as mayor, is they were so important to have somebody to throw things to actually have another voice if you have a tough decision to make. But more importantly, that you're able to carry that water to each and every one of the council members to make sure that they are on board, that they know exactly what is up and coming. I think both of these candidates will be able to fulfill that. So congratulations, you two. You got a lot of work to do.
All right, there are no further comments or questions. So per our rules of procedure, we will take a vote on the first nominee first. And I'm just gonna go in random order from my screen. How's that? I've got a pattern here. Councilmember Baird. We're voting on the first nominee first. Yes, yay or nay?
Yes, so that would be a yay.
Just taking notes here. Councilmember Cargill.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember Kurtz.
Nay.
Nay. Writing this down here. Councilmember Follier.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dunn.
Nay.
Councilmember Van Orman.
Yay.
All right, so that is 4, but we will continue in Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a vote. That would be yay, and I would say, Dan, I apologize, even though I second you. I'll vote for myself. Thank you.
Okay, so that is, we have all 7 votes in, so it looks like Mayor Pro Tem Kennedy will continue to be our Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So I don't think there's anything extra for you to do tonight. You just keep doing it.
Very good.
All right. I think it's still Wednesdays, Mondays stick. We'll talk about that.
I do want to say, Councilman Kurtz, thank you for that nomination. I think that's important, that we do have choices. Councilman Dunn, thank you for accepting that. I really do, sincerely do believe that. Action item, motion on number 2. Motion to authorize the mayor to execute amendment to number 3 to Parametrics Task Order 2020-08 for Legacy Ridge Drive, Country Vista Traffic Signal in the amount of $2,300.
Second.
And we have second by Councilmember Baird. Are there any questions about this, or Lisa, do you have a brief description of what this is for? I know there was information in the packet.
Yes, if I may just briefly say, so the first amendment to this contract was to add the 4th leg to of the signal based upon our contract with Liberty Lake Land Company. The second amendment was to provide for engineering services during construction to answer questions that occur in the field. However, if you will recall, we bid this project And we rejected all bids because it came in way over budget, and we went out to rebid later in the year. Because we used that construction engineering dollars for the rebid, we're now asking you to add $2,300 to this contract so that when it's constructed in the spring, we have monies for engineering services during construction.
Thank you. So, any questions for Lisa or any comments? All right, not seeing any, we'll go ahead and call for a vote. Those in favor of approving amendment number 3 to the task order, please say aye and raise your hand, please. Hold on for a moment. All right, we have 7 out of 7. Just make sure there are hands still through. For yes. Sure. We have no nays. All right, next one.
You know, I had this for 2 years, doesn't mean that I mastered it yet.
I'll just get.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, item number 3, motion to authorize a total of $7,820 to install bollards to protect the traffic signal box at Ridge Line High School, and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Bacon Concrete.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Cargill. All right, we're there. I see Councilmember Fuller has a question.
Actually, I have a couple, Mayor, if I can. Thank you. So I guess my first question is, my first thought was, why didn't we have this included in the original scope? But then I read through the summary a little bit further, and thank you very much for whoever put that together. It was very well drafted. So it explained it. So it's in reaction to a traffic incident. So my question is not with the scope, but is that something that we can expect that's an isolated issue that we have to deal with, or is that something that we need to take into consideration in the future?
Well, so in this particular case, I think it has to do with the location and the fact that Country Vista is a little bit of a airport landing strip right now. It's long and it's wide, and there's not a lot of development out there, and so there was an accident. It was a hit and run, and so we will have certainly our insurance will cover all but the $1,000 deductible, but we felt that it was important enough that in icy conditions or whatever, that this investment of $8,000 to avoid the cost of replacing the cabinet, and next time it could actually damage the equipment inside the cabinet. That did not happen this time, but that would have been significantly more costly to repair. And it's a simple solution to protect that signal box that's out in the open right now. I think this will become less of a concern as we look at the improvements to Country Vista that are planned in the capital facilities plan to provide some additional traffic calming. And as we see development occur in this area, and it has that natural effect of traffic calming. But in the meantime, we feel like this is just a prudent thing to do.
Same question. Okay, Mayor, thank you. Being the construction, if you call me nerd if you want, that I am. When I read through the document that the county is going to install these bollards, I've installed a few in my day too, probably not to the extent that it would have to stop another vehicle. So I went to the WashDOT, pulled up what is the cut section of a bollard type 2, sorry, and was looking at how it's installed into the ground and all that kind of fun stuff, and the size of the concrete. My question at the end of that was, who on our side, the county's doing the work, inspects that it's done properly? Is that our engineer?
So we actually have a contract with the signal technicians at the county. They are our hired experts as it relates to the signal. The bollards are not being installed by the county. The county is doing the signal, is just replacing the signal box. The bollards are being done by Bacon Construction.
Well, same question, sorry, yeah. So are we gonna inspect their work?
Yes. That will be Phil Messick or David Williams.
Okay, great, thank you. Sorry.
Any other questions or comments on action item 3? All right, not seeing any. All those in favor of authorizing a total of $7,820 to install bollards, please say aye. Raise your hand for me as well.
Aye.
Right.
7 out of 7. Motion passes unanimously. Next.
Thank you, Mayor. Action item 4. Motion to authorize a total of $23,000, which includes a contingency of $3,473 for the repair of signal cabinet at the Ridgeline High School traffic signal.
Second by Councilmember Baird. Any further questions? This is hand in hand with the bollards. Lisa, from my clarification, this is also part of that claim to the insurance, and this is part of that what will be covered by the insurance with our $1,000 deductible. Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that was clear. Anybody have any other questions? All right, not seeing any. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, we have 7 out of 7. Motion passes unanimously. Number 5.
Last item, action item number 5, motion to authorize purchase for pro shop supplies not to exceed $20,000 and for pro shop merchandise for resale not to exceed $60,000 in 2022.
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Baird. So I know Chris is still on. He'll please and ready. Already. Lost you, Chris. There you are.
I'm here.
If you just kind of give us a quick high-level discussion on why this ask and the streamlining of the processes, that would be great.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is a streamlining of the process. So in 2011, pro shop sales were approximately $11,000. In 2021, they were $110,000. So the difference between 2011 and 2021, anything that I'm purchasing over $1,000 takes quite a bit of staff time. They're all for resale. So this is something that's just being resold in the shop. So for each $1,000, you can imagine a driver's $500. If I'm ordering 2 drivers, I need to get a PO for that. I understand the checks and balances. This is just every time I would have something over $1,000 that was for resale only. I would have to do a PO, then someone else would put it in for me. Then Kyle would look at it, then the city administrator would approve it, and then it would come back to me and I would order it. A lot of these also are items that are already sold before I even buy them. So, special orders and things like that. I'm not sure if Kyle gave you guys my sheet. I don't know if anybody looked at it, but that's what I do every year. And if you looked at that, I'm looking at it right now. There's probably 40 items on there. So that would mean I would be doing 40 POs for all those items. So it's just a streamlined staff time for something that I've been doing for the last 10 years. And it's starting to get such a large number, which is a good thing. It's a good problem to have. That means I'm having more sales. But it's just to kind of streamline the process. I don't know if Kyle can maybe add to that.
Kyle, I was just going to ask, at a high level, can you talk to us about the audit process? Because obviously, like Chris mentioned, we got checks and balances, but from an audit process, are there any concerns?
This was mainly just like what Chris was saying, streamlining. So we'll always get the proper clearance to get these purchases, into the accounting software, whether that's $1,000 for a PO or whether it's $5,000 authorization from council. What we are doing is we're bundling basically all of these purchases we already know that he's going to make, and we're getting that proper approval up front to allow Chris to run his business in a more efficient way.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? For Chris, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Kyle, I asked you a question about this, and believe me, Chris, I understand where you're coming from on this. Once again, for me, it's always checks and balances. I understand how the process for $1,000. I'm comfortable that raising that number without the same checks and balances we've had before. Let me throw out for a suggestion or recommendation there. I understand the confusion of every time you have to fill out something up to $1,000. What if we were to move it to $5,000 strictly for your department? Because a lot of the stuff is pre-sold. But you're probably not ordering every single day. You might be looking at once a week or something like that, that could be included in that. Would that assist you?
Absolutely. If you look at the list that I already had for this year, and I'm looking at it right now, I have 2 items on there that are over $5,000. They just happen to be it's a golf manufacturer that normally I'm buying throughout the entire season, but because of what's happening with COVID and making sure, like last year, I didn't get some product because I'm ordering further down the line. This year, I'm ordering all up front to make sure that I can actually get it. For an example, I ordered 19 sets of golf clubs last year that I know I would have sold, and I never got them because I had to wait longer in the season before I ordered them. This year, I was kind of being proactive and making sure I'm ordering it all up front. But yes, to answer your question, that would help. Yes, for sure.
I'd like to amend the motion then, if possible, to put it to the $5,000 limit. Because I understand even with that, there's still the checks and balances that Kyle will be working with. And eventually it's going to come to us for the vote anyway in the check register, correct?
That's correct. And then we would need to amend the financial policies to isolate this specific instance.
So Kyle, then, I see your hand up, Councilmember First, give me just a second. So Kyle, in this instance, will we not vote on this action item at all and bring it back as a change, as an exception to the financial policy? Is that the proper thing to do?
Yes, I think we can accomplish both, because it's documented that you are making a change to a policy, and then we might have some other things that we bring to you once we review that financial policy document this year, that they would then be incorporated into that. I don't necessarily want to rush any change maybe to the document as a whole. If we know that it's included and we have the document to back it up, I think we can make this one exception and note it, and then make it part of a larger update when we take a look at the financial policies.
To the agenda bill here. So, okay, real quick, Councilmember Kirk, sorry, I didn't mean to forget you.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm in support of in the proposal that's here on the agenda today. I mean, it sounds like it's been well thought out by both our finance director and Chris, as far as daily operation of business and streamlining and efficiencies, and just the delay in getting products and being able to get those out to people. So I would like to support that.
Not a second.
Yes, so there we have, so we had a motion to, and I'm trying to figure out which part of the recommended action will we be amending.
Then if the pro shop supplies not to exceed 5,000 versus the 20.
Yeah, and would be the 5,000, are you asking for 5,000 on both of those amounts, the 60 as well?
If I understand this correctly, the issue of the 60 is not a challenge. It's the dollar amount that he can put all these orders together. So I understand the situation with having to go every time there's $1,000 to get approval. We raise that to 5, and I think he's able to bundle up some of these orders.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, that's what happened. If there was a second or a motion.
We do, but I'm trying to clarify what the motion is, so we do it properly.
See if there's gonna be a second.
Yeah. Okay.
Mayor,
so-
Mayor, may I interject for initially?
Yes.
I think what the initial motion was what's based upon on the agenda, right? Which is not to exceed $20,000. And there was a second for that. Is that correct? Kelsey, was there a second on that?
I was the second.
Yeah, Jamie was.
And then Councilmember Kennedy
Was gonna amend it.
amend his motion.
So Mike, are you wanting to change the 20,000 to 5,000? That part?
That's my recommendation, because I understand why we have the 1,000, and I also understand why I have the 5,000. And the 5,000, I think, is a number that is workable based on conversation I've had with Kyle.
Sure, and I understand that. I'm just trying to clarify with regard to the original motion. So it's put forth in the agenda not to exceed 20,000 and not to exceed 60,000. You would be making a motion to say not to exceed the 5,000 and changing the 20 to 5. Is that correct?
No change to the 60.
And I'm guessing that's per event.
And that's my point, Mike. I'm not trying to change your motion. I'm just trying to make sure in relation to what the original motion was, because there's a pending motion on the floor. So your motion would be to amend whatever the current motion is. And that's what I'm trying to make sure is accurate. That's all.
So can we restate what we think the amendment request is? Sorry, I need to make sure we get it right.
No, I agree.
So is the request, your requested amendment to approve purchases for pro shop supplies not to exceed $5,000 and for pro shop merchandise for resale not to exceed $60,000 in 2022, because that to me that's restricting Chris's purchase bill for 2022 to $5,000 for Christian.
Is that correct? Based on conversation with Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle, why don't you explain it? It's per order.
Correct. And so we would just need to identify what we need to, so the purchase order, we would allow purchase orders up to, which is kind of what we already do. We allow purchase orders up to $4,999. 5,000 needs to go to council. And so what we're trying to do here is adjust the need for the purchase order. So if we reduce these to 5, we don't necessarily accomplish anything, because we're still having to come to council for approval for anything over 5. And so I'm trying to, Dan, jump in. I think you pick up what I'm doing.
Just based on discussion, I believe that the originally positioned action item 5 is appropriate. I think reducing the amount here would be incapacitating to Chris's objective. I speak in support of Chris, specifically the voicing of what he's been able to do for a pro shop, man. And I see this as an objective of improving efficiency in government. I would rather Chris, with the confidence of what he's been able to do, go on to do that. So I support it unamended.
My point of order raised, and I know what you're going to say. So
Point of order. I made a motion.
Yeah.
Did not have a second.
Because we're still clear.
Right. So I think the clarification is probably there. There is no second. If there is no second, then this dies and we go back to the original.
That's correct. That's correct.
If there's no second, let's bury this thing and go back to where we were.
So do we have a second, the amendment?
I'm going to put a second there for the financial policies. If we've got financial policies of 4,999, I put a wrench in this, but it's really important. Either we fix our financial policies and adhere to them, or.
Okay, so we have a second by Councilmember Van Orman. And so we'll go ahead, and again, this is my understanding of the requested amendment. Approved purchase orders for pro shop supplies not to exceed $5,000 per order for improved pro shop merchandise for resale not to exceed $5,000 per order. That's right. Okay. All right. And then you have a second. All right.
Discussion now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm still not wrench in there.
Stop to extend the meeting. It's 4 minutes till 10. We need a motion with a time frame on it to make a motion to extend
the meeting.
So what time, Councilmember Kurtz?
10:20.
Sorry. Motion and a second to extend the meeting to 10:20. We amended our rules of procedure, so we just need a majority to approve. All in favor of extending the meeting to 10:20, please say aye and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got 7 out of 7. Okay, we are extended to 10:20. Back to discussion on, how am I doing? Got 2 minutes here. After the discussion on the 5,000.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to draw everybody's attention to the spreadsheet that was provided. And if you look at those line item numbers, they're pretty large numbers, 4,300, 1,200, 1,700, 1,900, 1,000, 1,500, 2,600, so on and so on, 678, 592, so on and so on. So to get to 5,000 is gonna be happen pretty quick. So I would maybe ask that you amend your amendment to 10,000.
Well, probably best on this one, and then just my thoughts of confusing. I gotta go get my dinosaurs.
Can I clarify?
Absolutely.
With Kyle,
Yeah.
when we talk about per order, doesn't mean that he can't do 5 orders for $4,999. Just means per order, correct?
Yeah, so the clarification would be that he no longer needs to input a purchase order for anything over 1,000. That was the piece I missed last time when I was trying to kind of get my thoughts across was, so my understanding of what the motion is we're eliminating the 40 purchase orders and we're reducing that to maybe 2 or 3 or 4 items that we then take to council for approval if they do exceed the $5,000.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, any other further discussion or questions on the proposed amendment? All right, not seeing any.
And the 10,000, huh?
All right.
I'm just trying to make it simple. Let's get out of here.
Phil, I think it would be easier if you just vote on this particular motion. If it fails, then you can certainly move on to a secondary motion. I think it's easier that way and cleaner.
Shooting for as well. All right. Amending the proposed action, as stated in the motion, please say aye. And raise your hand. I'm gonna get it down this time. So I've got 1, 2. It looks like I have 2. Those opposed, please say aye. Please say nay. And raise your hand. 1.
Nay.
2. I'm missing 1. Hold on. 1, 2. Okay, got it. So just to make sure who were my ayes, so Kelsey can write it down. We had Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Van Orman were our yays, Kelsey, and everybody else were nays. Got it? Give me a thumbs up. All right, cool. All right, so now go back to the original motion.
Right.
All right, discussion on the original motion. Not seeing any, I will move ahead. So those in favor of approving action item 5 as written, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm missing. Okay, so I have, stay there. So our yays are Councilmember Baird, Councilmember Kennedy, Councilmember Follier, Councilmember Kurtz, and Councilmember Dunn. And those opposed, please say nay and raise your hand. Those opposed would be Councilmember Cargill and Councilmember Van Orman. Got him, Kelsey?
Yes.
All right, we are on to council comments. Thanks, guys, for bearing with us through that. Sometimes our motions can be a little complicated. Council comments, anybody have anything to add or comment on that we haven't already discussed today?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilmember Follier.
Well, I just didn't want this meeting to get by without addressing something that was brought up in citizen comments at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
And I'd love to hear how we're going to address what happened at our last meeting, not having an attorney representative here.
Sean, you want
From
to?
Sean or from you or whatever.
Sean, would you like to just comment on that real quick? I mean, I had talked to you last year with regards to any absences in coverage.
With regard to what, I'm sorry?
Or we had a customer complaint, sorry, wrong company. We had a citizen comment last meeting and then at the beginning of this one with regards to coverage, if you're not able to make the meeting. I just want to give you a moment to speak to that real quick.
Sure. Certainly when I had scheduled my vacation for last week, there was not a meeting intended to be held, so I didn't anticipate that there was an issue. Certainly we can work to provide additional coverage in the event of a meeting, but certainly it was not something that I was aware of or that had been scheduled prior to my departure.
Get that communication improved, and Sean, I know you and I talked.
Mayor, I don't think that was the implication that Sean can't go on vacation. I don't know vacation. He's here, so.
Sure, we have the coverage.
Yeah, so that's
Same.
So I guess my question is, do we want to ask for something in writing regarding that, or
It's in the contract,
it is?
yes,
Okay,
and we'll just make sure the communication on that is better going
Okay.
forward.
thank
And
you.
like Sean said, you know, it should have been an off week,
I understand.
and I should have approached that ahead of time. I know Sean and I had a conversation last year when this came up, with regards to, you know, any, you know, the potential. I hate to say ineffectiveness of somebody trying to sit in his place, not having the background, but, certainly, did you want to speak to that at all, Sean?
No, I mean, obviously, I think the point is if there is someone filling in, which obviously will be on a very limited basis. And it would be being able to specifically address a question that may have some history behind it, may be difficult to address. So, I mean, I think that was the context of our conversation.
I saw Councilmember Baird's hand up. You good?
No, the question was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other council comments? All right, not seeing any, no public hearings, no resolutions, no ordinances, no emergency ordinances. Introduction of upcoming agenda items. Kelsey.
That's my cue. Todd, would you please pull up the matrix? And if you don't have it handy there, I can cover what I had on there and then also some notes for things to update. Coming up for February 1st, I have listed to do a workshop on the ban on local income tax ordinance or resolution, which Councilmember Cargill was going to provide some information on. Also a code of ethics social media report from the subcommittee. A GSI partnership agreement. And then I've also noted that we're moving that representation on advisory boards to February 1st also. I wasn't sure in the discussion tonight on the ARPA funds if we were wanting to assign that a workshop date at this point or if that should go on the TBD list.
And it doesn't look like we have much on the 15th. Could we schedule it there tentatively? If something changes next meeting, we can move it. And council, looking at the rest of the TBDs, is there anything you feel is we should be moving to the 15th?
Mayor, if I may, I know I brought up the scope programming and just with the increased reporting of porch pirates and, you know, car break-ins, I would really love to have an update sooner rather than later. Sure. Thank you.
We will, I know Chief City was on with us. I don't know if we lost him, but yeah, he's still with us. So we will ask him to get an update on that program on the 15th.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Also, would the 15th be too premature? Is David still on the line? And maybe the chief? Last Wednesday, for example, Councilman Cargill and I met with the chief and David, looking at the turn lanes with the idea of closing off, be able to turn east. So we had some questions there. And they were gonna do some research and bring it back to the council. If the 15th is too early, then obviously we'd want to push it off to maybe the next meeting.
What was your question again, Councilmember?
Is this Dave or Chief?
That's David.
David Williams.
When we met last Wednesday, you, the chief, and Councilman Cargill and myself, we had some questions in regards to closing that off. Because I shared with both you and the chief, who was not here at the time, that the council spent a lot of money looking at the traffic in the city, where we spent a lot of time looking at where the turn lanes and stuff are going to be and foliage and things of this sort here. Councilman Folio that I'm looking at right now brought up a lot of questions on these turn lanes. And what's being recommended at this point is we eliminate that turn lane and allow that space to be given over to being able to turn to go east. So my question to you, Cardinal, Councilman Cardinal, correct me if I'm incorrect.
Yeah.
Is it to look at that research? Because what we asked for is that we really wanted some documentation about how many of the accidents were there compared to accidents down where you turn into Safeway or the other grocery store. The point was made to you is that we spent a lot of time, the council spent a lot of time, we spent a lot of money looking at those turn lanes. And it was decided that we needed the turn lane turning east there. We also needed the opposite turn lane turning west. And I would like to see more documentation and research. Plus, the question was asked of you from Councilman Cargill, what kind of money is this gonna cost? And it was somewhere around $50,000. So before moving forward, for me, I would like to have some really information. Just arbitrarily, because we had a few accidents, I don't think it's sufficient.
Okay,
Understood.
So looking at the calendar, we're up to, we only have, it looks like 2 things on the 15th. Would the 15th be too soon to bring that discussion back for a workshop?
No, it's not too soon.
Okay, what, the 15th?
I want to be able to give as much time as necessary.
And if we start getting closer to that date, I know you've got a lot on your plate, if we do have to move it in you know, to work on other things that are of more pressing matter, let us know. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Regarding the social media policy, I just wanted to check to see with our attorney if he'll have some answers to our questions in time for that, because that's I think that would drive our discussion.
I think so. I mean, I think the question may be of trying to get that information to the committee and a question and answer back and forth. So if there wouldn't be objection the 15th, that might be better for me, but I'll certainly do whatever the council feels is necessary or the committee feels is necessary.
Okay.
I'd voice clarity, Sean, just the answers I'd posed as email would be helpful. So, you know, dialogue over email is great, just to make sure that we've got some reasonable responses to that.
Sure, absolutely.
Perfect. So I think we can stay on for the first at this point.
And again, if there's working to move it, we can move it.
And just a reminder that we've got like 11 minutes left and there's citizen comments, so.
We're almost there. Councilman Porter, I missed you.
Yes, no,
Sorry.
I appreciate it. I just have one comment. I think it's probably smart on our part to, whether we use it or not, to have on our workshops for the next 2 to 3 months, Trailhead's title.
Okay.
Whether we use it
Even
or
if
not.
it's a 15-minute update.
Even if it's a 15-minute update.
All right, we'll work that in. Like I said, we've got our directors meeting at 8 tomorrow morning and we'll talk about that. All right, anybody else with the agenda items? Not hearing or seeing any hands. Citizen comments. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us. So for anybody left, if you'd like to make a comment, again, you have up to 3 minutes. Please shoot a note to Todd Henderson in the chat and he will let me know. And again, comments only. If there is anything we need to provide feedback on, we'll make sure we have your contact information and get you the answers you're looking. So, is anybody looking to make a comment?
Tim Olson.
Tim, Mr. Olson, welcome back.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know you got against the time deadline. 40% of $8.4 million is 3.3 million for nets. Really? Come on. How many complaints have we had about golf balls getting hit out of the city hall or towards any homes over there? I just, as a terrible golfer, I'm going to promise you that I will not use that driving range. I'll go to county courses or I'll go to Idaho. This project, though, is very, very important. I don't want us to compromise the new building and flex space, and the event space, because of an overpriced driving range. This is crazy. Come on, we can do better than this. I would really implore Chris to go ahead and look at the lower flight golf balls to be able to get us what we need to out there. But obviously I don't practice very much because I'm a terrible golfer. I am 100% in favor of this city council increasing the budget if It's more community-minded. We need to resolve the driving range. If that can be resolved with new golf balls, etc., let's do it. If you don't act now, my opinion is that the costs are going to go up continuously from now forever. Nothing ever goes down. Let's get this done now. I'm a huge fan of this. Please work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, do we have any other comments? I see a chat. What did I miss? Oh, Greg Cronin, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Just a couple of comments for you. One thing on the talk of when you were talking about Trailhead that I didn't hear that I'm interested in is what the revenues would be or anticipated to be for the new restaurant and how that helps offset some of that cost. So just a point of interest. For the new council members, just so that you know, the previous videos from the meeting, I think from May 6th, based on what Mike Kennedy was saying, they are available online. And I did watch them, and it's a little bit punishing, but not too bad. But it certainly does give some good background. And as far as Zoom for citizens go, you know, I'm an observer. I think Zoom is absolutely awesome for keeping up on with council. And I feel like if there's something specific that I want to be in front of you guys for, I can certainly do that with it being open for the citizens. So I do appreciate that, but I don't see the need to be there that often. Those are my comments. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for your input. We always appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And former council member DG Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and congratulations again, Wendy. You're going to make a great representative. I just want to weigh in on the Trailhead progress and the amount of money that is presumably in consideration, almost $12 million. I think at one point, Member Foyer, who is a builder developer, he had perhaps mentioned an item that may be 12 million. Maybe his vision as a developer was something that he had considered long before the 8.4 million had been determined. But I think what might be a good idea is that whenever anyone comes forward for a design build, that another question may be asked when they say, well, we understand how much you have available, and we know what we're going to have to work with. We're going to see what we can do, and all those kind of nuances of the questions. And maybe a question could be to them, do you see what we have available and what we may be looking at? Do you see that it may increase? And at what amount do you see in that future? So we can kind of have them commit to saying, you know, it could be more than the 8.4 million that you're looking at based on what I think you want or what we see. So we might as a community want to ask that of our council, and have you members, our council and mayor, ask those questions on our behalf. Matt, do they see something that may indeed raise the amount of funding we think we have available to a more realistic one? And then, as the comment was also Mr. McLaughlin, I believe, he said they had not done the investigation. So as a community member, maybe we would like to ask our council to also ask them to please make sure any investigation or research you need to do as far as what we're asking, if you can do that before you present the new pricing. Just a consideration. Thank you, council and mayor. Appreciate that.
Again, we appreciate your input as well. Thank you. All right, do we have any other council comments, Todd? Citizen comments? All right, not seeing any. Do we have a motion and a second to adjourn?
Motion. Second.
A motion and a second. Thanks everybody for sticking with us once again, and we will see you next week.
Vote on that motion second.
Hearing no objections, we're adjourned. Can get away with that one. Thanks, guys. Oh my God, I gotta